snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk, kill, Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk, kill, Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun.
Welcome to the Ultimate 8 Ball Podcast with me, Scott Ryan.
And me, Dan Wells.
Daniel Wells. What an unbelievable weekend we had.
What an unbelievable weekend indeed. I've been playing pool for 40 years and that is the best weekend pool.
The second you walked into the Grand Hotel Blackpool, it felt like you were at this unbelievable world-stopping event where everybody who was involved in the event felt massively important. Go from the Challenger Series to the ladies event to the professionals. If you were a professional walking into the Grand Hotel on Friday, you would have probably seen a huge billboard-sized poster of yourself that was just ridiculous.
Yep, every professional had a 6 or 8 foot high poster of themselves scattered around somewhere. You know, the attention to detail the Ultimate Pool guys have is great.
Do you know the thing I was massively relieved about those seeing those?
That you run on one?
No, that they didn't have one of you, Dan.
Ah, I imagine.
Although we're not used to this kind of treatment, but obviously we work with Ultimate Pool, and we had our own arena van, and there was a 3 metre by 4 metre, luckily cartoon version of you.
Luckily.
Up on display. I noticed that there were a few kids around and who probably got nightmares seeing the cartoon version of Dan, but what an unbelievable thrill.
Yeah, wasn't it? We had our own little setup there and our own little table that we were able to do some 6 red shootouts and various other things, and it was really good fun.
It really was. It was unbelievable. And the atmosphere throughout the weekend was just incredible. Now, listen, we're all pool fans. I'm not saying I'm a pool player, but Dan, you certainly are. One of the recurring themes over the years in terms of pool events is players who like to moan. Now, something that we did not experience last weekend were players moaning, because the setup was so incredible.
Who was moaning? Who was moaning about what?
Nobody moaned, and that's kind of what I'm saying to you, Dan. You know, we've been to a lot of events over the course, and there's always somebody moaning, but nobody moaned about that event, because I think when people walked in, they were absolutely blown away just by the scale of it. All I can say to you, to anybody who listens to the podcast, is if you can get yourself across to the next event, which is in Birmingham in 5 weeks' time, get yourself there. We sound like we're waxing lyrical about something, but the actual reality is, this is what pool should be. And that's what it was.
Yeah, well, the event organisers here have taken it to a new level. You could see the enthusiasm on their faces just when, as we walked in, everyone was hard at work, nobody was moaning, everybody was getting on with their job, including us. Well, maybe I was, and then...
Dan, I may have lifted a TV. I'm not going to, I think I lifted 2 TVs actually. I don't, maybe might have slightly put my back out lifting the second one. But everybody wanted to be involved and everybody wanted to help. And it was a real family feel, and kind of Neil Toms is probably one of the best tournament directors in the world, and you kind of, let's be brutally honest now, when we saw the volume of entrants into the Ultimate Pool event this year, we said that is going to be a fair old challenge.
The logistics of it were quite difficult to arrange, and it was so smoothly run. Obviously there was a few teething problems, but I don't think we saw that many.
No, absolutely not. And kind of when you stand and you speak to Neil, you kind of get an understanding about how passionate he is. And I think it's really important to mention Lee Grout as well, kind of the work that goes on behind the scenes from the whole Ultimate Pool team. And I don't even want to call it the Ultimate Pool team, it's like the Ultimate Pool family. So, the refereeing at the event was absolutely incredible. So a massive congratulations to Scott Price and his whole team. Obviously we got Zach, Will, Lee wasn't there, but his presence was definitely felt. He was heavily involved. the production company, even the photographs, Dan. You know,
Yeah,
it's like that photographer was there for every kind of key moment.
it was. Yeah.
And
What
it's
about
kind
what about the arena? We know how much money they spent on that arena, which
it
was
was a lot of money.
it's a lot of money. How did it look to you?
Dan, we were watching Mick Hill play in the final on Saturday night, and it was just literally like, finally, Paul has found its grandest stage, and it felt like a grand stage, and just kind of everything we've wanted as Paul fans, it kind of came to fruition on that Saturday night. I had goosebumps, you had goosebumps, just the magnitude of the crowd, the way Mick played, just everything
the way
fell
Mick
into
played,
place.
is that the same Mick you said as was finished previously?
Yeah, and to be fair, I got a little bit of stick from Mick Hill over the weekend, who couldn't wait to talk to me and tell me
I bet he
that
could.
he called me a troll.
Really?
Yeah, he called me a troll, Dan.
I think he got off lightly.
No, he actually called me a troll, and he was deadly serious. I'm like, whoa, hang on a second. You know, if you actually listen to the podcast, you'll know Mick. I've kind of spoken about your genius 100 times, and he's like, so. From my perspective, yes, it was very cool to be called a troll by Mick Hill, but from me and people who've listened to the podcast over the course of our near 2 years going will know that I am a huge fan of the golden era of Paul, and Mick, as you will have heard me say on many podcasts, is a player who I consider the greatest player to ever pick a Paul Q up. And that, I don't mean that disrespectfully to Chris Melling, Gareth Potts, all the other great players that existed during that era, Darren Appleton, you know. But what I'm saying is consistently, pound for pound, for me, Mick Hill is the greatest player of all time. And I know this sounds really funny because he was deadly serious when he called me a troll. I thought it was kind of cool because it was actually nice this week. He's been threatening it. Like, he played unbelievable against Jordan Shepherd and lost. He played unbelievable last event and lost. This weekend, he turned up and he was Mick Hill. And in that final, the whole crowd, it felt like, was behind him, and everybody was delighted to see him coming back to form. And wow, Mick Hill, take a bow.
There was about 300-400 people watching that final. It was unbelievable. So that golden era of Paul that you always like to talk about in the other final, winning the other Pro Series, was Chris Melling.
Gareth Potts versus Chris Melling. Again, two golden era players who, again, Chris Melling, that was his first Pro Tour event, or whatever you want to call it. He has one other event on Ultimate Pool, but that was kind of like his first pro event. Now, again, I'm gonna say it. The reason why we hold the golden era of Paul in such high esteem on this podcast, the proof is in the pudding. Because what made these guys stand out from everybody else back in that era was their ability to adapt, no matter what the situation was. And what we saw this weekend was literally a classic dream final between Gareth Potts and Chris Melling. Chris Melling's prevailed, and I'll tell you what, Chris Melling produced that win. He was a little bit under the weather, same as Mick Hill was actually very under the weather. Those two guys managed to produce unbelievable ball despite not feeling 100%. And what kind of the challenge is for the rest of the old professionals, this new breed of player, this new era of player, is you need to get back and challenge them again. But this golden era player, we're blessed to be in a position where Free Sports have provided a platform where we've got Paul on TV live, Paul on TV, that if you were to think about this like 24, 36 months ago, you would never think that you'd have Paul live on your TV on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and last night, Monday night. You know, that's 4 days in a row we've had live Paul. We are spoiled right now.
So running alongside the Pro Series was the Challenger Series for including myself, but the not so good players. aren't quite pros because they're quite relentless and a little bit too good. So congratulations to Neil Britton winning the first one, beating Aaron Priest 7-5.
So Neil Britton played unbelievable in that final, safe to say. But what was really cool is obviously you had elite bet, so you have an on-site bookies at the event. And what was really quite funny was if you would have backed Aaron Priest each way to reach to get to the final, if you'd have put a tenner on that, you'd have walked out with a fair chunk of cash. I think there was a couple of nervous bookies in the arena, but Neil Britton played great. You know, he played great in that event. Now, Dan, you've not got off so lightly here.
Yes.
You've got the ambition to become a professional pool player.
That's not entirely true.
What on earth happened?
I played like the weekend before. I was okay, and then I turned up this weekend.
What happened the weekend before? Because you're going to want to tell everybody.
I don't want to tell. I've won a couple of tournaments. You know,
No. But
I won a tournament, and then I come.
Give me a couple of the players you beat in the tournament.
Just random people. Maybe a couple of pros that were in Ultimate Pool. So, you know, I don't like to play. You know, so I played okay that weekend, and then I come to this weekend with high expectations, and it didn't quite come to a fruition. That's the difference though between I and some of them, most of the top boys. It's just that level of consistency.
So I do need to ask you this: do you think that your Uber game potentially played a factor in you losing? Because I'm sure people who listen to the podcast are going to want to know when I'm talking about your Uber game. Can you tell us what happened?
What's an Uber game?
Well, you remember that Kentucky Fried Chicken that we ordered that we were like really hungry for? We hadn't eaten for like a day.
Yeah.
We ordered a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I said, Dan, it's ordered on your phone. Keep an eye on it. Do you remember what happened?
I didn't keep an eye on my phone, and we didn't get it.
So basically, what Dan did is Dan received a phone call on his phone from an Uber driver who was saying, I'm outside the hotel. Dan decided to ignore that phone call. Oh no, actually, Dan picked it up.
Didn't answer. I couldn't understand it.
Dan picked it up because the phone line was a little bit crackly and Dan didn't want to move from his seat. We ended up losing out on our KFC, which probably put pay to your whole weekend in terms of, you know, you said you were fatigued after your game. Maybe it was the lack of KFC that did that, Dan.
Actually, this happened to us twice, so there's probably one porky Uber driver driving around.
Just keeps eating our food because Dan can't be bothered to answer the phone. But Dan, let's just you know, before we talk about the second Challenger event, Dan, what an unbelievable weekend in terms of the people that we interacted with around our table.
Yeah, at one point we had quite a crowd, but yeah, everyone was really nice to us and happy to see us. So it was really good interacting with everyone. We had really good fun, as I said earlier.
What we did learn, though, was that Arfan Dad is probably the most competitive man I've ever met.
Arfan, is that Arfan not one-time dad?
Yeah, so basically, we had a 6 red shootout running on Friday night as a little bit of fun. Gave us an opportunity just to have a bit of fun around the pool table. And Gio Edgar has turned up with his coat on and banged in a 19-second 6 red shootout first poke. Arfan Dad's probably had about 6 or 7 goes at that point. He got nowhere near.
Yep, and then Gio had a go, and then Arfan decided to have another 6 or 7 goes to try and beat it.
What I've got to honestly say, what great spirit, and what was really cool is that we had people that came in off of the street to kind of watch the pool, and they were around the table cheering Arfan on, cheering the Ultimate Pool pros on who had a go at the 6 red shootout. But what was kind of great is on the Saturday night we decided that, you know what, we're going to do this properly. We're going to give some people some prizes for the 6 red shootout. The video is on our Facebook social if you want to give it a look. It's actually quite a lot of fun. Dan, I did a 6 red shootout and I actually beat your time, just throwing it out there.
Did you?
Yeah,
that's about 95 seconds.
42 seconds, Dan, and you didn't finish. So, you know, I'm kind of the winner there. But what was great is there were young kids, like literally, I'm talking one of the kids, he must have been like 5 or 6, Unbelievable, Potter. But what was great is you've got kids there playing pool with a smile on their face.
Yeah, I think a couple of them. I think it was Luca and Charlie. A couple of
Yeah,
young.
Luca and Charlie, they were unbelievable.
Charlie, I think, was the elder one. He was 11 years old. Was really good. And then his younger brother, I think, was Lucas. I apologise if I got it wrong. Who was 6 years old. You can see he's going to be a phenomenal talent when he's older.
It was just, he was like fearless. He was just whacking balls in for fun, and you're like, but what was great is kind of shows how interactive pool can be and how much fun we can have. And it was a great evening for Paul. But Dan, let's talk about Challenger 2. Sorry, we've digressed, gone off topic there. We do apologise, but kind of we're trying just to, like, we've both got smiles on our faces talking about this event because it was so much fun.
So Challenger 2 was won by Josh Corkett, beating beating Ian Whitebourne 6-5 in the final.
And kind of, you've got to look at the depth of the Challenger field. So I may mock Dan in the sense of he didn't win it, but there are unbelievable players who could quite easily compete at professional level, no danger whatsoever. That's kind of the strength and depth you've got on that Challenger series. You've got kind of every level of pool on that Challenger series. But what was great was, although it was the Challenger series, it had the hallmarks and the feel of a professional event. And I think that's probably the best way to describe it, Dan.
I think so. When you got into the final, you got to play in the arena, so that was really quite special, and get to play on the stream. And was it on Free Sports?
It was on Free Sports. But Dan, I think these are kind of the big things I want to talk about here. I looked at the tables, unbelievable. I looked at kind of just the overall conditions. It was a great environment to play pool in.
Every table I played on was absolutely 100%. No roll-offs, anything like that. It was unbelievable. Yeah, the attention to detail is second to none.
And that's a credit to the people that work behind the scenes to set this up. If there's an issue with the table, if there's an issue with anything, they're desperate to get it resolved as soon as possible. So a massive credit again to Neil and Lee, the kind of the hard work that they put into making that event so successful. But Dan, poor performance from you, really, a bit pathetic. But you are ranked 66.
Am I?
Yeah, you're ranked 66, mate. Right?
Okay, well, I had a target of getting into the 50s, so I'm doing well.
Yeah, you've done, not really, because you're 66, mate.
Well, as long as it's not out of 67, I'm quite happy about that.
To be brutally honest, though, mate, I had a little game of pool over the weekend.
Oh, let's skip that. Let's go to first.
Whoa!
No, let's just finish. Let's talk about that in a second. Let's talk about the women's first, shall we?
That's also
true. Let's get the main events out of the way before we talk about your little win.
Let's actually call it out here. I think it's safe to say that Harriet Haynes probably lays claim to being the best women's player in the world currently. She's not long off the World Championship win. You know, she won on the World Rules Pool Series last year. She's kind of collecting trophies all over the show at the moment.
Yeah.
And you can understand why. Plays a hell of a game. And I'm kind of looking and thinking, actually, there's a few players out there that need that challenge. And it's going to be an exciting year for the women's game on the Ultimate Pool Tour. But also, I'm going to have a slight rant here, Dan. Rant incoming. So I'm going to take a deep breath and have a rant.
You go for it.
It is nice to see the women's game being shown the respect it deserves.
Correct.
What has historically happened in pool is the female players have been treated as second-rate cousins when they pay their money, and they produce pool of a very high standard, and it's kind of felt like they don't get the exposure that they deserve. We've seen Emma Cunningham as a trailblazer playing amongst the Ultimate Pool professionals, but I want to say this, Ultimate Pool, great to see the women's game get the exposure it deserves. And you had 84 ladies players up there. I know they could have possibly had 128. The women's game is in great shape, and it's great to see Ultimate Pool pushing the women's game in the direction it deserves to be. Sorry for the rant. Rant over.
84 women is an unbelievable amount, considering we've been under places and they could barely make 16. yeah, to get that many women in is great. So really well done to Ultimate Pool Guy. Also, there was a plate competition for the women, which was won in the end by Kerry Griffiths. She beat Sarah Dunn by 4, I believe.
Well, we know Kerry Griffith, unbelievable player. It's a shock to have seen her in the secondary event, to be brutally honest, because obviously she's a world-class talent. She'll be happy to get the win, but there'll be an element of her saying, why aren't I on the grand stage? So I'm certain that she'll go back to the drawing board, come back strong, but kind of look at the strength and depth in kind of that women's game. Sandy King, who got to the final of the main event. Debs Birchall showing a resurgence, a return to form. Amy Beauchamp, unbelievable talent. Danielle Randall, she's knocking on the door. You know, you've just got such a great volume of talent in the women's game that Ultimate Pool just feels like a great stage to kind of showcase it.
Also, for a nice touch for the women is that whoever finishes top of the rankings get a place in the main event.
And that's the way it should be, because kind of, you know, you've played a few of the top lady players over the course. You know, people have kind of at points treated the ladies' game with a little bit of disrespect. Dan, speak from experience. How good are some of the players on that tour this season?
They're brilliant. You cannot take any of them for granted. It was only maybe a couple of months ago I played Danielle Randall, and that was one of the hardest matches I played in that tournament. So all of them are extremely good. They should be proud of themselves. So do you want to talk about your little win? So when we had our little corner, someone that I can't remember his name. One of the ultimate pool pros came over. And you had a little game with him, didn't you?
Well, first and foremost, a massive thank you for Brian Howpro, first of all, for coming over and doing some unbelievable trick shots. But basically, what happened is the ultimate pool professionals, some of them came across, because we had a bit of a crowd there, they came across to interact with the fans and talk to people, give tips, hints, which was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I got challenged by an ultimate pool professional. I got challenged by Jimmy Croxton.
So you picked up your cue, telling that...
16, not my cue, I didn't pick that up, so I need to point that out first to people who listen to the podcast.
Just trying to embellish the story, I see.
No, but it's true, I didn't have my own cue. I will bring it to the next event, but I really didn't. Kate Lewis lent me her cue.
Yep.
And no disrespect to Kate Lewis, but that is not.
So you're the non-player in this little team.
I don't play. You know that. That's the first.
So you're playing an ultimate pool professional. I can only assume you just got hammered. 5-0, 6-0.
No, Dan. No. So what happened was Jimmy was really great. I said, look, we're filming. I said, if you can put a couple of shots in that are a little bit out of the norm, you know, a couple of exhibition shots for the fans who are watching you, mate. You know, they love you. Like,
did he do any of them? I can't remember.
Yeah, and then he found himself
4-0
down.
4-0 down.
4-0 down, yeah. And I managed to just, I sank a black with one hand
down the rail.
And then I sank another black with one hand to go 4-0 up. Then he started trying.
He did.
Which fair play to him, he did. Got it back to 4-3. I've managed to kind of, you know, be the non-player I am and win 5-3. Listen, it was played in great spirit. The video will be up on our socials soon, the whole match. Unless Dan's deleted it in disgust.
I may have done.
Jimmy, a massive thank you, mate. What a great sport. It was great fun. It was played in great spirit and kind of showcased the personality of an ultimate pool pro who's a really funny guy and a friend of the podcast.
So basically we had an absolutely great weekend. So what else have we got in store for the next event? Are we going to be doing anything else?
Dan, you know, we had just such an unbelievable experience that kind of we want to give people that listen to the podcast a little bit more content. So what we'll be doing from the event in Birmingham is we will be presenting every day on Facebook and across our social media channels a morning update of what's going to happen in the day's play and an evening update and a recap of what's happened. And we'll be joined by special guests, including professionals, commentators, and maybe even the odd referee.
So overall, an absolutely great weekend. I know there's one more thing you would like to add before we say goodbye.
Dan, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about before we go. They're not happy and upbeat things, but I think it's really important that we speak about this. So firstly, we'd like to pay our respects to Laura Boyle. Now, we met Laura at one of the very first events we covered last year, and we can honestly say she was always unbelievably kind. And I was lucky enough, and Dan, you certainly weren't there, but I was lucky enough to share a few drinks with Laura, her friend Christine, and Mr. Magic Mark Boyle at an event in Newcastle. And what I can say is what an unbelievable spirit, what an unbelievably lovely person. And we just want to pay our respects to Laura and pass our condolences on to Mark and the boys. She was a great lady and she will really be missed. And, you know, it feels terrible to kind of talk about another person who had a big impact on the pool world passing away, but Alex Lynn, who was a big figure in Scotland, and we're fortuitous enough to have a really good relationship with his son Barry, who we've met many times on the Ultimate Pool events. To Alex's family, we just want to pass our respects on and say rest in peace. And Dan, we will be back soon with a special podcast that will be announced in the next couple of days. But what we can say is if you enjoy listening to the podcast and you're in the Birmingham area over the next few weeks, what we are saying is if you're in the area, come and visit us at the Hilton Birmingham from Friday, April the 15th to Monday, April the 19th.
That's at the Hilton Metropole in Birmingham.
Listen, come and see us for a podcast sticker, for your case, come and see us for a chat. Come and have a 6-red shootout with us, but we look forward to seeing you there. Thanks for listening, and we hope you enjoyed this show.
It's a beautiful game. Grab your cue and your case. Don't sink the white ball, it will all go to pot. Here's that black ball on the spot. Do 2 shots carry this time? In the D-ref or behind the line? Is that a free ball? Take your time, you're nearly over the line. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. 7 ball in this front. Rack the balls, ref, it's my break. Sit down, son, you ain't having a shot. Oh, balls, I've just missed an easy pot. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun.
Welcome to the Ultimate 8 Ball Podcast with me, Scott Ryan.
And me, Dan Wells.
Daniel Wells. What an unbelievable weekend we had.
What an unbelievable weekend indeed. I've been playing pool for 40 years and that is the best weekend pool I have ever been to.
The second you walked into the Grand Hotel Blackpool, it felt like you were at this unbelievable world-stopping event where everybody who was involved in the event felt massively important. So from the Challenger Series to the ladies event to the professionals. If you were a professional walking into the Grand Hotel on
the Reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun.
Welcome to the Ultimate 8 Ball Podcast with me, Scott Ryan.
And me, Dan Wells. What did you say there? The Ultimate 8 Ball Podcast?
Well, Dan, if you've been keeping tabs on social media, you'll know that we've joined forces with Ultimate Pool to bring even more content on the game we love.
We have indeed, but what does that mean for everybody?
Well, it means that we'll be bringing you even more pool content. We've actually got some additional content in development which we'll be able to talk about more shortly. But what it's going to see is you and I going to every Ultimate Pool event and covering it from the venue. Players, pundits, creators of Ultimate Pool, to kind of bring everybody exclusive news and views from the world of Ultimate Pool.
This all sounds great, but does that mean I have to spend more time with you?
Unfortunately, yes. Although, with a bit of luck, maybe not, because you're going to be playing on the Ultimate Pool Challenger Tour next year. This year.
On this year. I'm actually really looking forward to it. It's going to be a new challenge for us.
And I forgot to wish all of our listeners a happy new year. It's January the 1st. Dan, are you nursing a hangover?
No, I spent it with the kids. We stayed up to about 20 past 12. I turned the TV off and fell asleep. Yourself?
You did better than me.
You didn't make it?
No, I fell asleep at about 10:30 last night. After you and we were together from Boxing Day, where we managed to catch the tail end of the preliminary round for the Ultimate Pool Pro Cup, which it was on BT Sports. I don't know how many of our listeners watched it, but what an unbelievable event. And it kind of felt a bit of a shame that, we got there in time for the tail end of the preliminary rounds, where we saw Northern Ireland legend Ronan McCarthy comprehensively beat Dan Eaton-Lee's 8-2.
Yep.
But what we did see was Brian Halcrow. Now, he hasn't had much luck in Ultimate Pool. He's a great player. Dan, somebody who you spent quite a bit of time with over the course of the event. And he produced some absolutely sensational pool to beat the champion shootout finalist Chris Day in a thrilling decider. Now, if ever there was a match that kind of should have been on TV, it probably was that one, because we were there, and the atmosphere and kind of the performance that Brian put in at the tail end of that match was absolutely unbelievable.
It was. He was 7-5 down at a race to 8, and to win the last 3 frames, and in some style.
He really did. He produced some absolutely top-notch pool. Did actually mean that you and I had a bit of a late finish to the evening. What a way to kind of make up for the fact that I had to spend, my Boxing Day afternoon sat in the car with you.
Well, there was only one winner, and that's obviously yourself. But on to the next day, round 1, proper, in the tournament, and we're sat there in the Players' Lounge in Newcastle, Underline, and we watched Paul all day.
We did, and kind of we saw Shane Thompson. He was the man. He was your pick prior to the event, coming out against Neil Raybone. You know, a match, you know, which he won fairly comfortably and fairly comprehensively. You then had Greg Batten facing former world champion John Rowe. By the way, John Rowe's break, absolute savage.
It's massive, isn't it? Yeah, it's right up there, almost as good as Top Cats himself.
And John and Shane met in the final of Group 1. And what was really interesting about this match, and kind of we were sat there watching that, and I said to you, I said, it looks like John, you know, John took a decent lead, and it was like he was running the clock down with about 20 minutes to spare. Now, if you didn't watch it, it was a 40-minute match format, and effectively with a 15-second shot clock in operation with 10 minutes to go. And he's gone so far ahead of Shane, you kind of sat there thinking, I think he's running the clock down a little bit too early, and kind of took himself out of a bit of his rhythm there. And Shane, obviously, you don't win 3 Ultimate Pool titles in a season unless you've got something about it. And Shane's almost come back and won that match.
Very almost. It was quite close, wasn't it?
It really was. But John Rowe made it safely through Group 1 with just a tiny little bit to spare. And for those who hadn't seen much of John Rowe, it wasn't a surprise to us to see John Rowe come through the group, although Shane would have been the obvious favourite, because the man, he oozes absolute class.
The next group saw us start to watch some of the best pool possibly we've ever seen.
Yeah, you felt...
And the start of Tom Cousins.
I felt really sorry for Jimmy Croxton, and we were sat in the arena for the match. Now, listeners to previous podcasts will tell you kind of how much I rave about Tom Cousins' throws, and in fact it sounds like there's a shotgun going off in the arena every time he breaks. Jimmy missed 2 balls, he's been unlucky going in off, and he's been absolutely trounced 7-1, and Tom Cousins didn't miss a ball really. He was just absolutely unbelievable. It's some of the most ruthless pool you've ever seen in your life, and it was kind of like the calm before the storm, you know, with Tom, because, you know, he was, for a man who was making his debut on the big stage here in the pool, he didn't show any nerves whatsoever.
I think he'd say he was a little bit nervous going on, but you couldn't see that he was nervous at all whatsoever, because he has such a laid-back way of walking around the table.
He reminds you kind of, you know, like when you walk into like a pub and there's a guy just having a game with his mate, not a care in the world, chalk on the table, walking around, looks like he's just, you know, having the most fun in the world, you know. And Tom's kind of got this laid back demeanour where, you know, I can't even begin to describe it. It's like, you know that saying, Dan, play as though it means nothing, even though it means everything. He's like, he epitomises that, watching him play.
It's just ridiculous. And the word bounded round for not only that day and the rest of the 4 days was just relentless.
And it was almost like Tom felt, you know, so laid back and lazy around the table, like he was too lazy to even call for his extension when he needed one. You know, sometimes he was playing to the shot clock, so...
Well, actually, we know how lazy he is, because he can't even be bothered to put his chalk in the clock. He leaves it on the table. That's
correct. Why put it in? Why waste that energy putting it in your pocket when you can just put it on the table? And then, you know, we got to see Cole Morris live against Emma Cunningham. Yeah. Now, maybe I'm going to say something a little bit controversial here, but when I was watching that match, I said to you early doors, it looked as if Emma could have been anywhere else in the world rather than sat in that arena, then she'd probably been somewhere else. And kind of, I felt for Emma, because her Ultimate Pool journey started off she gave the best account of herself possible against Chris Melling in the opening event.
Yep,
she lost 7-5 to Chris, and you know, we spoke to Chris about this. Chris will put his hands up and tell you that he probably could have lost that match. The standard of the game certainly wasn't what you would expect of 2 people who've got, you know, world titles, you know, plenty of world titles to spare. Cole
got over the line. There was a moment of controversy there. You know, I don't know if you remember kind of one of the shots Cole played. I thought he played a push shot. It wasn't pulled. Seemed to impact him a wee bit, and you know, he ran out a resounding winner. But Emma had more than enough chances to win that match. I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah, she wasn't going to use herself, was she? I don't want to speculate on anything she's got going on outside the game. It looked like she didn't want to do that.
Yeah, which is kind of a real shame. And
it is, yeah. Such a great player.
Such a great player, and we hope that she kind of bounces back and finds that fire again that, you know, for some reason just wasn't there against Carl. And Carl will tell you this himself, he didn't play great, you know, by his own high standards, and some of the highlight reel stuff he's given us over the previous season of Ultimate Pool. And absolutely no surprise in the final of that group to see Tom Cousins absolutely dominate Cole Morris, and produce again, you know, a standard of pool which, you know, quite frankly, for us mere mortals, we could only dream of achieving. It was absolutely disgusting pool. It was so good.
Yeah, I play the game, and you know, I can't play that match. You know, it's just the odd frame here or there I can feel up, but just to do it over and over again, it's just, again, relentless. But there's any of them top boys who can do it. There's not many people who can do it, is there? He was definitely one of them.
No, absolutely not. And you know, he was absolutely sensational from there. And then that took us to the evening session, and it was quite funny, Dan. You and I had a running joke throughout, and I said to you, if Santa could have brought Ronan McCarthy one gift for Christmas, it would be a break, because regardless of how good Ronan's cue ball control is, and you saw his patterns up close, Dan, his patterns are just he's so good, so clever, such a clever shot maker. And he's got Declan Brennan on the other end of the table.
Was he your favourite from the start, wasn't he?
No, Gareth
You're a big
Potts.
fan of Declan.
I'm a massive fan of Declan. I think the way, you know, kind of, you know, he showed earlier this season kind of what he can produce, and let's be honest, I don't think that anybody outside Ronan in that room gave Ronan a chance before the match.
Yeah, Declan had been on form, but you know, it's Ronan McCarthy, arguably one of the best money match players of all time.
Not just one of the best money match players of all time, one of the most consistent performers. You know, I gave you a statistic, Dan, that he's won titles in 5 different decades, which
He had to work it out. Yeah.
Ronan probably won't want us talking about, but he has.
He's only 45, that's why I got confused.
You're really coming down. Ronan will and what he's done is he's gone out and absolutely destroyed Declan 7 mil.
Yeah.
Now, if, you know, as a Declan Brennan fan myself, it kind of raised alarm bells for me in terms of watching him, that he's had a bit of a decline in form since what we saw early doors in the season. You know, he's won at Ultimate Pool, he's won on the World Rules Pool Tour, he's looked like the man to beat, but that form has been in steady decline, and if there's ever a time where he may need to go away and work on his game and his mental state, then that result should be a real wake-up call for Declan, because he wouldn't have been happy losing 7 mil to his doubles partner.
No, definitely would not. And I think we're at the stage, possibly, that now's the time he should be sticking the work in. He's on a mainstream channel, he's on BT Sports. This possibly could be all blowing up next year, and a few of these players could be playing for a living, so if they want to do that, now's the time to get the effort in.
You know how much of a big fan I am of Declan Brennan. It was tough to watch at times. By his own standard, he's missed balls you'd never expect him to miss. Yeah. I'm sure he's gone away. He's going to put the hours in. He's going to knuckle down. He's going to work on his game, because, you know, he's had his breakout year last year. He needs to kick on another gear, because he's certainly got the talent to become, you know, in my opinion, some people may agree with me, some people may not, to become one of the all-time greats if he puts the work in.
Do you think it's the curse of the snooker player? Because it's happened before. A snooker player has come over, they think it's an easy game, they win a few matches, and then they start to learn the game.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's
and
been
they
around.
realise it's not so easy. The pattern play.
He's been around.
Most of the time, they just I know he's been around for a bit, but
There's nothing wrong with his pattern play. His pattern play is superb. There's nothing wrong with his breaking. It's superb. Again, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's another instance of he just didn't turn up, and that's kind of, for me, he certainly didn't turn up. Based on what I've watched over certainly the last 12 months, he didn't turn up. He would probably tell you that himself, and I hope that he takes that defeat. That puts a bit of fire in his belly, and he comes back all guns blazing, you know, in the next event. Now, another match that people won't talk about, but was another great match, was Simon Fitzsimmons against Dylan Leary. Now, Dylan,
been around a very long time.
You know, he's another former professional snooker player, somebody who's got a really interesting story. He's playing on Simon Fitzsimmons, another person, and we'll talk about this more, born to play this format with the shot clock and the change of the shot clock. And Simon has narrowly won 6-5, and it seemed to take a lot out of him in the final, where McCarthy has gone 4-1 ahead of the bouncer. The bouncer closed the gap, which was, you know, absolutely incredible. But, you know, it looked to me from that point, Ronan's just gone up several gears and won, you know, comfortably 7-3, which was justified. Ronan was by far the best player in that league.
Yeah. Days. So moving on to the next day.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great standard. I'm going to we saw Sean Chipperfield come out. He was actually the first seeded player to win a group in the tournament. That's how high the standard was.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And he's beaten your mate Brian Halcrow, who, Dan, I don't know if you kind of want to take credit or whatever, but you were giving Brian a few coaching tips.
I wasn't giving him coaching tips. We were merely exchanging tips. I was just curious about some of his practice routines and some of the things he does. And it's very similar to the style that I coach as well, with some things that I have coached in the past. And it's quite interesting. He thought he was being quite new to some of these techniques, but it's going back quite a while. So it was interesting to talk to him for an hour.
Yeah, it was. It was actually. It's quite interesting to listen to at points as well, Dan, believe it or not. We'll make a coach out of you yet. Anyway, he's struggled against Sean. He's had several chances which has gone begging. There's a yellow to the middle pocket that will probably haunt him for like 6 months that he should got. But Chipperfield played well. Sean played really well. Can't take that away from him. And then arguably, and this is kind of it, there were so many exciting matches over the course of the tournament, and some of them are kind of going to be lost a little bit by the wayside. And it was Arfan Dad versus Jake McCartney.
Yeah.
Now, Arfan has shown absolute nerves of steel to clear up to win 6-5 after being. He was 5-3 down with no time on the clock at all, and somehow he's produced an absolutely sensational clearance. But basically, he's pretty much on the buzzer, you know, to win. He's kind of like, you're in the last 10, you know, in the last 5 seconds of the match. And I fully expected Arfan to either beat Sean or run him really close, but Sean has absolutely blown him away 7-2, you know, very comfortably. And you sat there thinking, you know what? Oh, maybe Chipperfield's one, you know, the man to watch, because you know, he's absolutely ruthless. And then we moved on to the afternoon session, where we were privileged to watch Jack Whelan play Gareth Potts.
Well, we're looking forward to it, aren't we? Because
we were
this is the turn of the Potts, turn of the Golden Boy, and we wanted to. And we see him practicing, and you've certainly seen him practicing, and you would say it's probably the best thing you've ever seen him practice.
obviously I grew up watching Gareth Potts, and there was always that question for me. You know, this guy has rode off into the sunset. You know, with a last 8-ball world title, gone and conquered China and Chinese 8-ball, and when he came back last year, you're saying, oh, this could go wrong. And you saw it firsthand. I kind of told you about it, you know, when I went to the last one, sitting there watching him practice. He's not here to just make up the numbers, Dan. He's here to win. Unfortunately for Gareth, who was my pre-tournament pick, he ran into Jack Whelan. Gareth Potts has gone 3-0 up.
Yeah.
Jack's pulled one back. Then Gareth's gone 4-1 up.
Yeah.
You're thinking...
You think it's all over, don't you?
It's a done deal.
Yeah.
It's a done deal. Now, there's 2 shots in frame 6. Gareth, and he will tell you this himself if you ask him, he's played a loose safety shot.
Oh.
It wasn't that loose, but it was loose enough to kind of give Jack a little bit of an opening. And then Gareth's gone for a double, which, if it's 5-1, it's pretty much match over. He's missed it.
Yeah.
He never saw the table again.
No, I think there were quite a few people. So where we were sitting in the bar area, we're sitting around quite a lot of the pros and stuff, and I think most people said he shouldn't have gone for that double. It was the wrong shot. Which for Gareth, it's just unheard of, because when we were sitting next to him and he was commentating on the other games, he never gets anything wrong.
I just think it's kind of that clinical edge, that kind of that. He didn't just what he really wanted just to. If he'd have got that double, we would have probably been sat here talking about Potts and what a great piece of shot selection. He's hit the far jaw. He's close to the double. He's nearly made it. You know, let's not kid ourselves. He's nearly made it. But in essence, what kind of we're also doing, you know, on the flip side of the coin, is we're taking away from the fact that Jack has then gone up again.
Yeah.
And played some absolutely incredible ball, you know, to win 7-4. Gareth didn't do anything wrong. You know, if you don't pot off the break, you're in trouble. It's as simple as that. This is a tough school at this level. You know, and kind of as the tournament's gone on, the break has become even more crucial. Jack played absolutely superb. To be playing in front of that kind of audience, and let's be honest again, it was pro Potts crowd in the arena as well.
Yeah.
He has played absolutely superb and shown his pedigree under the most ridiculous circumstances and on Paul's biggest stage. So, you know, for me, it was an absolutely incredible match. It was, you know, breathtaking Paul. You could count on one hand probably the balls missed the entire match. Straight after that, we've got Scott Gillespie on the bays, who played Heaton Patel.
We liked Scott, and we
love Scott,
and he did say he'd not been flexible. I think the last time he picked up a deal was at the last event, which was big stuff.
He's beaten Heatel Patel 7-3. I felt a bit sorry for Heatel. A few shots he played that he would normally get, you know, and there was kind of a few dubious shot selections just because of the pressure out of there. Because obviously we'd spoken to Scott, I mean, we knew that kind of his big focus is on 2022. We didn't really give him much of a chance against Jack, but he's raced into a 3-0 lead, which has included a golden break, which, I mean, Scott's celebrations were absolutely priceless. And then Jack's 1-4 on the spin.
Yeah.
Scott has then produced another golden break. Dan, it was probably the funniest thing ever. When he's half apologised
Yeah.
and thought, I can't apologise, I've got to celebrate, and put a celebration up.
So he went to put his hand up in apology, but then carried on and just put it up in the air.
But it was literally a case of, you know, after that again, Whelan's gone up a gear and he's just been ruthless, not really missed the ball. And then
Jack played great all match, and so did Scott. But I just want to go back to Gareth quite quickly, in that, you know, he's got such an amazing work ethic at the game. Obviously, he's been in China playing for a long time, and he's come back and he's playing 5 or 6 hours a day. there's not many other people that are doing that. He really wants to win. You know, when he lost, you could see he was extremely disappointed. So he's not here to make up the numbers. And I said to you, there's only a couple of people that could dominate this game, and he is one of them. Just simply because of his work ethic.
The only kind of thing is and I don't mean this to because you know how much of a fan I am and how much I love the golden era of Paul, everything like that. It's not like the golden era of Paul anymore in Ultimate Paul, because let's be brutally honest, you could play, you know, these top guys, they could play tournaments, you know, many years ago where they'd be 3-0 up before a ball had been hit because their opponent was so terrified of what was inevitably coming that they wouldn't turn up. This new generation of players, they don't care about reputations, and that for me is kind of the massive thing. I think it would be, you know, Shane Thompson winning 3 Ultimate Pool events in one season is unlikely to happen again.
Yes.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. You know, you're going to have to play exceptionally well and consistently well. Does Gareth Potts have the talent to do that? 100%. But does everything also have to work in his favour along the way? Absolutely. Because if you're going to go deep in an Ultimate Pool tournament, you're going to have to face so many good players that it's going to be so difficult to do. And that's kind of me thinking out loud and kind of thinking of the stuff that kind of we watched over the course of the season. We're not even, you know, we'll come on to Mick Hill shortly. Mick Hill's been trounced in some of these events, and you never thought you'd ever see it. It is a different game.
You need different quality from your game to do well. Now, and that's why I think he could do it, because he's changed his game on several occasions. When he went to
yes. If anybody can.
And he's dominating the discipline, and I can't see why I can't do it.
But if anybody can adapt to the kind of this new style of play and this new way of playing, which, you know, we were lucky enough to be sat around, you know, some absolute legends of the game, and it was really interesting because obviously we've watched so much Pool, and we've really stayed close to it. It was interesting, and I'm not going to name any names here, but to listen to some of the older generation when we were watching a match together, and you and I called one particular attacking shot during a frame of Pool, and a legend of the game called a totally different shot, which obviously we thought that the legend would be correct, because what do we know? But we were correct, because that is the way the game's evolved, that now you would play the attacking shot as opposed to the containing shot.
Yeah, it's the same way Henry changed the game in fantasy.
Yeah, but I think you're right, and I know for a fact that when you watch Gareth Potts practice, you kind of, I don't know, you fell in love with him a little bit when you were watching him practice, just because it was, you know, it's so good to see how good he is up close. If anybody could do it, and anybody could dominate, it is Gareth Potts. However, he's going to have to be at his very best, and I don't think he was far from his best against Jack Whitman, yet he still lost.
It's an extremely tough format.
It is, punishing format.
I think even he still got a few things to learn from the format, and there's certain players whose game just lends itself to this, and we'll come on to them soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were lucky in the evening session because we got to see Rob Warren play Aaron Davies, and we got to see our first 6 red shootout.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Which I can honestly say to anybody who, there are people who don't like the 6 red shootout.
Yeah.
There are people who love the 6 red shootout. Now, I'm going to challenge you down. I'm going to challenge you down here. Tell me, when we were stood in that arena watching that 6 red shootout, you didn't find it exciting.
I don't particularly like the 6 red shootout. However, I like watching the 6 red shootout. It is exciting, it is fun, and just, I think one of the things you need to do before you go into 6 red shootout is change your shoes, because watching Rob Warren running around the table was like watching a cartoon character before he started running his feet moving.
Well, he did the business. He did the business, son. You can't moan, but it was actually really hard. And Don Cooney very nearly found himself on the end of the 6-row shootout, but Carl Sutton literally, with seconds to go, has snatched the match, which was fantastic. The standard of the final between Dom and Rob was really high. Actually, it was really high. However, Dom he did show his class towards the end, and he ended up winning 6-4. And it was for us that evening, in between watching the pool, we entered the tournament ourselves.
Did we? Tell me more about this tournament that we
Do you not remember this tournament?
Of course I remember. Just you say it's something personal.
Well,
I'll only play it down. There may have been 6 or 7 world champions in the tournament.
Well, they have a flyer in Players Club on a Tuesday night, and Dan, as ever, we always know that you're going to enter.
Previously won by Tom Cousins. He was the current holder.
Yeah, Gareth Potts, I think he won one as well, Dan.
Yeah.
Well, you put £5 in for me to enter, as you always say. I want to see you get humiliated. Really, very, very supportive. And Dan, you went on to win it.
I did. There was an illustrious field. It was tricky, but even more impressive was you getting to the semi-final.
Yeah, and that's when I realised that maybe I should take my cue and down. But there was actually something even better that we saw after that. So Dan, congratulations on your players' pool flyer victory, unbelievable, well done. We watched Ronan McCarthy and DJ McNamara have a practice against each other.
Yeah, I watched it quite a bit.
How ridiculous was the standard?
And David McNamara did not miss the ball for a good maybe 40 minutes.
And it was unbelievable, the standard.
It was brilliant.
And then he's practiced for you, Dan, and you've beaten 3-2.
Yeah, I think there's a lesson there. Just keep away from me if you want to practice.
The pressure of playing you, Dan, must have done it. Well, this was the day. The following day was the day that you and I were particularly excited about. We got to see. Well, it was the group of death. We got to see our good friend Jordan Shepherd. Who. He turned up the night before, and that's not like Jordan. He turned up the night before. He looked really focused and motivated, and he had a practice in the morning, and he looked in great nick. And what was really fantastic for us, and Jordan's going to be a guest on the going to be joining us shortly. I had a conversation with Jordan at an event, a few months ago, and I'm going to be brutally honest, I never thought he'd play pool again.
Yeah, we know he was off to play snooker, so we didn't think
it wasn't even that, he just had no love for it, no desire. But when I spoke to him when we spoke to him in the morning, we had a cup of tea with him, it was nice to see the fire back behind his eyes, because it really was there. And who's he got in the first round?
Well, I think we should just explain this is the group of death. So it's got Jordan Shepherd, it's got Mick Hill, Chris Melling and David McNamara.
And we'll move on to the Shepherd Hill match in a moment. But David McNamara versus Chris Melling is going to be the one that got away for DJ.
Yeah,
it will be the one that got away. It was a match. Admittedly, the first few frames were, they were mega scrappy.
This was the common theme throughout a lot of the matches, because the outside tables where they practiced were played a lot different to the TV tables, so everyone would just get caught out to start with.
They were. That's definitely true. The doubles come off differently. Positional shots were kind of a little bit more tricky because the white slid off the cushions a little bit differently. But there was a moment of controversy which for me made absolutely fantastic TV. DJ's missed a shot.
Yeah.
And whether he said, for God's sake, or for F's sake, something was said. And DJ was very nearly going to lose that frame.
Yep.
The
So
decision...
ultimate ball rules are that if you swear during that frame, I think it's a loss of frame immediately.
There was a bit of confusion. Anyway, DJ's managed to not lose the frame, but his head looked absolutely rattled. But DJ fought back into the match, you know, diligently, fought back really well. Chris has won 6-5, you know, with very little time to spare. Well, actually, DJ tried to do a cheeky golden break in, you know, to force a 6-red shootout. You're thinking, Chris has got through. Chris admitted, you know, I didn't play well. I struggled out there. And then kind of we've moved on to Mick Hill and Jordan Shepherd. And for me, with all of the positives, with, you know, saying Jordan had fire behind his eyes at 4-0 and 5-1 down with not much time left, you're thinking maybe it's not your day, Jordan.
Yeah.
He produced, and this is the only way I can describe this, he produced some of the most unbelievable. He produced one of the most unbelievable performances under pressure you'll ever see. And you could see as the match was eking closer, you could kind of see a switch change in demeanour from Mick Hill sat in his seat, who's looked fairly comfortable. And there was a moment where Mick's gone 6-4 up. And I looked at him and he just sat in his chair with relief, like, oh, I've only got a couple of minutes left. Oh, I'm absolutely fine. And then Jordan has produced, I think it was like a 46-second clearance.
It was something ridiculous.
He somehow forced the 6-red shootout. And I know Dan, you're not a fan of the 6-red. I know that Mick Hill's probably not a fan of the 6-red shootout. After that, what was really weird is everybody's going, well, you know what? Mick wasn't far away from beating Jordan in that 6-red shootout. Well, if you I actually watched Jordan in the arena on that 6-red shootout. After he's potted the 5th ball in that 6-red shootout, he's actually taken a second to look at the scoreboard. He's taken a second to set himself.
He knows he had enough time to miss it.
And he's taken his time, which is crazy. In that kind of situation, and we've spoken about how quickly Jordan thinks,
yep.
And to see him produce that under that pressure, Dan, it was unbelievable.
So we alluded to this earlier, didn't we? Some players have the right attributes for this format to be brilliant. And this player, Jordan Shepherd, is basically has all of them.
Well, not only has he done that, he has then gone on to beat Chris Melling in the time it takes most people to have a tea break at work. He's beaten 7-1 in 15 minutes.
It was ridiculous.
He has absolutely destroyed Chris Melling. Like as if he was playing me.
It was blinking, you miss it.
Well, he started off with a golden break, which is, you know, always decent. And he has just played blistering ball. And it's like he had no reason to play as quick as he did.
No.
But once he had his tail up, wow.
Yeah, but a lot of players would have got 4-5-1 up and started running the time down, but he was just got his little head on, doesn't he? He's just away. He's gone.
He was just absolutely unbelievable. He was, you know, it was just so incredible to watch. And we caught our breath in the morning session. We had a cup of tea, Dan. And what are those things? What are those pastries you kept on him?
The clappers.
How many did you have?
I was having maybe 2 an hour.
2 an hour.
No,
Brilliant.
I only bought that.
Every day.
Yeah. I like
every day. You had a lot. You were full of pastry, and then we got to. It's always a thrill to watch Phil Harrison, but again, he's another player from that golden era who's lost his way a wee bit. You know, he's produced one of the greatest moments of Ultimate Pool's history so far earlier in the year, but against Liam, he's struggled from the offset, and
Well, Liam was playing quite well.
well, Liam's gone 4-0 and 5-1.
There was a fair few players that were there the night before practice, and they were there all day practicing on their game. Phil Harrison turned up maybe, an hour before his game or something?
He did.
Yeah, he walked in, strolled and played. Now, a lot of the players that were there practicing the night before, Tom Cousins, Liam White, for example, all played really well.
Yep.
And we've
It's
had
true.
this conversation about other people and taking it professional and not just turning up on the day and rushing, being prepared. Preparation is the key to these things, because 90% of it is in your head.
Of course it is, but Liam has had the fright of his life from Phil, because you don't have that level of class that Phil's got on the table, you know, and he's done it for decades. He's squared the match up at 5-all, and Liam must have been thinking, what on earth is going on here? Having said that, what Liam's done, he's had his first break dish of the match to win 6-5, which, you know, was absolutely unbelievable. And then we've seen kind of an unsung hero who's kind of had a breakout year in Sean Story. You know, he's comfortably beat Luke Gilbert 7-3, and Luke will tell you this himself. He didn't play anywhere near, you know, what he's capable of. And I'll be honest with you, Dan, you and I sat there thinking, well, Sean's gonna go through because Liam's been through the ringer against Phil.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think, and I don't mean this as a disrespect to Sean, it's probably the worst I've seen him play for a very long time, and Liam took full advantage of it, you know, to make his way through.
Yeah, same way. Took all his chances, and you know, it's good to see him come through. And considering he's only 4'3", it was good to see. And
you know, we could barely catch our breath, Dan. I think we went out for fake Nando's, didn't we? Nando's wasn't open.
We actually had a terrible mirror. Nothing was open. We should have known better when we looked here and no one was in there.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was fair enough. Mine was okay, mate. I didn't mind it, to be fair.
I like decent food, huh? Good food.
Well, what we did see was John Rowe had the unfortunate matchup with Tom Cousins. Now,
Okay, yeah. So moving on to the quarterfinals, but the format changed a little bit, didn't it?
well, it did move to a set format. So those unfamiliar with kind of the set format is the only way you can have a 6-red shootout is if it was tied up at one set apiece. Now, I'm going to give Will Caldwell a little shout out here. He was John's warm-up partner for his match with Tom.
Yep.
Will's got out there, you know, drew 4 each with former world champion
I
John.
don't think he ever mentioned that.
No, he didn't. He didn't mention that at least 3,000 times a day after, but he did. The practice obviously didn't help John because Tom has absolutely dominated him. He's taken the set 7-2 and 7-1, and his pull was frightening. You know, it was absolutely frightening.
This again, wasn't it? And yeah, the look on John's face was about disappointing the way he played. But I don't think even at his best he would have struggled to keep up.
Yeah, and that was the crazy thing. But John has got a sledgehammer break.
Yeah.
You know, he's another guy who breaks so well. It just goes to show how important that one shot is. But Tom was just relentless. It was like watching, you know, somebody play pool on a video game at times. It was just, you know, and again, chalk on the table, nonchalantly walking around, remembering sometimes he had an extension, other times, you know, forgetting he had one. Again, it was just like a guy just having a stroll around his local pub, you know, just potting a couple of balls, everything's so easy. But it's also, his cubicle control is unbelievable.
Some of the positional shots he played were just, even I was like, you know, that ace play, brilliant. Absolutely spot on, throwing it across the table to land on the 10 pence piece. It was good to look.
On the flip side, we had the polar opposite. We had Ronan McCarthy versus Sean Chipperfield. Ronan has won the first set. You know, he's won the first set 7-6. and produced again. And this is the class of Ronan McCarthy. You know, we know, anybody who's watched Paul for many years, he struggles with his break. He's produced a break clearance to win the first set 7-6. And that kind of is a measure of the man, and the reason why he is such a legend of the game. You know, I think the guy's got, you know, ice running through his veins, that he just seems to produce these unbelievable clearances under, you know, when the pressure's on. The second set, we've seen them miss a few balls, the pressure's maybe got to them a little bit. McCarthy's found himself 4-2 down, but again has produced under pressure, winning 5-4, and, you know, setting up that semi-final with Tom Cousins, you know, which kind of we really looked forward to. Dan, I'll tell you something that we did forget to talk about, and this kind of goes to show a bit of a level of professionalism. In the John Rowe Tom Cousins match, you had 2 massive bounce outs.
They were huge.
John has had one at, you know, a ridiculous time where he's had an opportunity to come into the match. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is everybody was around and you had your people on your pool chat and banter talking about bounce out, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah.
You and I had a disagreement, Dan, where I said that I'd seen it happen in World Snooker Championships, and you said, don't believe you, and then it's taken me like 3 days to find you the video of it happening at the World Snooker Championships.
Exactly.
And then you saying to me, actually, I was just winding you up the whole time, I'd actually seen it. Yeah. And it taken me like days to search to find the videos of what I'd remembered from 20 years ago. Now, kind of, this should give anybody an indication of the professionalism of Ultimate Pool. Rather than sit there and accept the fact that the bounce outs happened, they had a table technician came out to fix the bounce outs, and you know, they were working on that table over the night, over the course of the evening and in the morning, to make sure it was optimum to play on for the remaining quarterfinals and for the semi-finals. And we didn't see another bounce out for the whole tournament.
That was a running thing. Well, throughout the whole 4 days, wasn't it? The little attention to detail. The
attention to detail was absolutely unreal. And if you've ever been behind the scenes of a televised tournament, until you see it, you don't appreciate how much organisation, how much work goes into it. And you've got to look at the professionalism of Ultimate Pool here. So the players were very professional in the fact that they knew exactly what time they had to turn up for their interviews. They knew exactly what kind of they needed to do. But the team at Ultimate Pool, you know, in terms of Lee Kendall, Zach Leonard and Will Caldwell, they don't stop all day. It's not a case of, you know, we were really lucky. Well, we were lucky and unlucky in the sense that we couldn't set your equipment up there because there was too much TV equipment. So what it meant was that we couldn't do some of the things that we wanted to do there. Yeah. So effectively, we had a free reign from the team at Ultimate Pool to just do effectively what we wanted, to watch what we wanted, to talk to who we wanted to. But those guys didn't stop. The fact to see how the players are kind of looked after, and to see the planning that goes in, and if something doesn't work, they're very quick to be brutally honest. And so for all the people who sit there and criticise on some of the, you know, on social media, and you know, it's easy to do, you know, very easy to do in this day and age. If you were to actually be there and see the work that goes into producing this type of event, and you're complaining because it's on BT Sports and you've got to have a subscription to be on BT Sports, they're probably the same people who don't moan at having a Sky Sports subscription to watch the darts, or people that never criticise World Snooker when, you know, things go wrong. And things do go wrong on the snooker. If you watch as much snooker as Dan and I do, we see a lot of things that go wrong on World Snooker, and I don't see the snooker fraternity being as critical as the pool fraternity is. It's almost like you sometimes have elements of people in the gap who play pool who want it to continue being that little niche sport that we play in our pub, or we play county, or we do X, Y and Z. What the team at Ultimate Pool did effectively this week so well, they gave us a really professional presentation. The guys at 24/7 did a fantastic job, and I've also got to give a massive shout out to Simon Webb and to Steve Jameson, because they anchored the show really well. The analysis was excellent from Gareth, from Mick, from Chris, and what Ultimate Pool did really well was they gave every player an opportunity to do some of that punditry, which was great, and it was great to see. But kind of, my little plea to the pool fraternity is, look how far this has come in 1 year. A year ago, the pool landscape for Ultimate Pool was totally different. Look at the production values, look at the video packages, look at the video content, look at the social media output. They're doing this on a far lesser budget than Matchroom has, yet they're producing content that at points has been better than some of the stuff that Matchroom has put out. And kind of my plea to the pool fraternity is, you know what? Look at kind of where the game's going. If you were to have said to me 12 months ago that pool will be on BT, I'd have said no chance.
Absolutely, and I think to appreciate it, you have to be at the venue and just see the logistics of it. Just having everybody in the right place at the right time. Because there's different commentators for every match. There's all the players have to have an interview beforehand, and they have to be at the right matches. And there's so much that goes on. It has to be organised. So you kind of have to be there to appreciate it. And they're doing such a great job. And for anyone just to start complaining about, oh, but it's this and that, it's just ridiculous. Let's just try and embrace what we've got, and just hope it goes onwards and upwards next year or this year.
I think Paul is in safe hands with the Ultimate Pool Group, and there's no. This is the beauty of this show. The Ultimate Pool Group. We're working with the Ultimate Pool Group. Make no mistake about that. That's what we're doing. At no point have they said we have to do anything. So we can be honest. We can tell you exactly what's going on. We can be brutally honest with it. But what I can say is, we're at this event, we're watching this, and we're watching kind of how much effort and how much input's going on. And what they're also doing is, if the guys who like to kind of make their little comments on social media at points, there's no more critical people than the people who are running the show there. They're hypercritical on themselves, where at times when, there was a few times, Dan, where we've said, why are you being so harsh on yourself? That was good. We enjoyed that. That was really good stuff. So, Dan, we've had a little rant there. And
yeah, there's also one more thing I'd like to say, that we know that money's been invested into this. This is a product. And to get that money returned, they want to make that product as best they can, and that's exactly what they do. So they're nitpicking everything that they do. And I can see, it's going to be nothing but excitement in the next year.
It really is. And one of the most pleasing things for me, from my perspective, is a couple of people message me, and I'm talking about people who don't play pool. I'm just talking about casual sports fans who know that I like pool. Message me to say that they were really enjoying it, and that they had come back to watch it. So that's only good. That's only good for the game if we start attracting these casual fans, and we start, because let's be brutally honest. Pool over the course of X number of years has been a niche sport. It's not been mainstream. So Ultimate Pool have done the right thing by trying to attract the more casual punters. That's how other sports have grown over the years. But Dan, we've had a proper rant there. So again, speaking of the professionalism, I've turned up to kind of see the tail end of the rejig table for bounce out gate solved, and who should be there practicing early doors. I'm there with a cup of tea in the hand. Jack Whelan and Don Cooney are both practicing, and Jack looked quite nervous, or so it appeared. But then he's gone out and played absolutely unbelievable. He's blown Don Cooney away. Absolutely blown him away.
Surprisingly, I think he was about 40-1 before the tournament started. For someone that's been playing so well all year on the World Tours Tour, How is that even possible?
Well, that's kind of it. We've watched Jack a lot up close over the last year. You know, Jack, if you ever meet him, is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in Paul. He's a really good ambassador, and I will honestly say this: he's an ambassador of the game. He's somebody who, you know, he's got everything that you would want from a professional. He takes it really seriously. He's a great family man, and you know, he's going to be great for the game moving forward. You know, and it's really great to see. Poor Dom was just on the receiving end of his destruction. He played unbelievable. To be fair, Dom did do better in the second set, but you know, there was only one winner there. Jack just jumped out of the blocks, played superb, booked his place in the semi-final.
So the last quarter-final, Sheppy versus Mr. White.
Yeah, but again, Liam, by his own admission, did not recapture the heights of the previous day. First set in particular, you know, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to Liam at all, because again, he's another lovely guy. He was a bit of a rabbit in the headlights in the first set. You know, Jordan is absolutely just, you know, ran through and, you know, won the first set 7-1. Although Liam did give a better account of himself in the second set. Again, there was only one winner.
And then semi-finals, so much more debris.
Yeah, just felt sorry for Ronan in that first set.
He just never got going, did he? I think he missed maybe 2 chances.
He did. He missed the ball to the middle pocket that will haunt him, and he missed one other chance. But Tom was absolutely, in that first set, it was just, when I say brutal, I mean that in the fact that it was like he just kept punching Ronan in the face. You know, every visit to the table, it was just ridiculous. You know, he did not let Ronan off the hook at all. Having said that, second set, Ronan again, similar to Liam in the quarter-final against Sheppy, he gave Ronan, you know, Ronan gave a better account of himself, but it was like climbing a mountain in trainers. It was just too hard to do.
It was difficult. Yeah, we did feel a little bit sorry for him, but it's always an uphill battle if you're playing his own form.
It was, and we then moved on to the final session of the tournament, Dan, where you and I ended up going to Yates's first for a bit of dinner, which wasn't very good. But we did spend a significant period of time in Nick Hill and Chris Melling's company, where we talked all things pool. And you may or may not have had a disagreement with Nick Hill, but
yes,
we'll talk about that on another episode when Nick comes onto the podcast. What I'm going to do is that is definitely going to be your episode, Dan, because I'm just going to let you and Nick go, because I was laughing at that.
Well, I don't know what it is, different generations, but
you're older than me.
I know.
But yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. It was great to kind of hear 2 legends of the game kind of give their views on the world of pool. It's absolutely fantastic, and you know, that set us up beautifully for the semi-final, where Jack brought his family down, and that was, you know, so lovely. It was
nice, yeah.
So lovely to see. Like, it really was. Kind of had the feel of you know, snooker final. You know, where people bring their families along.
So behind that scenes there, like I say, even though when Jack's family was there, and all the other times, it's a real nice community backstage.
Oh, brilliant.
With everybody.
It's brilliant. You don't, you know, you're either watching the game in the arena, or you sat watching it so you can hear the commentary. And what you see is you just see a group of people, you know, the people that work for, the people that run Ultimate Pool, the people that work for Ultimate Pool, and the players who kind of, it is a big family feel there, and it's really nice to see everybody in that room is focused on the same idea. They want to get better, They want to produce the best possible content that they can. And it's great to hear the debates on kind of like shot selection and stuff like that, which is great stuff. Jack fell short in the first set by his own admission. He played a couple of bit of odd shot selection from his perspective, and Jordan held his nerve just unbelievably well at the right time. And he gave the massive fist pump when he's won the first set. The importance of winning that first set cannot be understated, because from Jordan's perspective, he's going to fancy his chances against Usain Bolt in a 6-round shootout. He's that quick. So from Jack's perspective, he was a little bit disappointed. And in the second set, it really was just a bridge. It was just a bridge too far for Jack, because he was chasing the game.
Missing balls that you would never see him miss ever.
No, and kind of his shot selection deserted him a little bit.
All met though, isn't it? When it goes down to 15 seconds, it's not a lot of time. If you're ever on a practice table, set your stopwatch and then try and play for 15 seconds. You don't get time to walk around the table and look at angles. You've got to fly by the seat of your pants.
What Whelan was actually good though. I will give him this. His clock management was actually pretty good. He was happy to cue through the ball with a second on the clock, which was which was crazy. I just think it's not the occasion that got Jack. Can't be a world champion of the occasion just yet. It was just, Jack's gone ahead in the first set. Jordan's responded so well, and I don't know. In the second set, it kind of felt like he didn't have as much left, and I think that, and I don't mean that disrespect. It just felt like he didn't have enough left. I'm not saying that we're any good at pundits, Dan, but everybody for the final who was around that room said, "Well, can't see Cousins losing this."
Not on the form he's been showing.
But what did I say, Dan? Come on, give me some credit once in my life.
You said, "I can't see Cousins losing on the form he has."
What I actually said, Dan, was Tom hasn't been put under pressure yet.
No, that's exactly what you said, actually. I think it was the first time.
And I said, if Tom gets put under pressure, I can't see Sheffield losing.
So we've seen it before, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
We've seen it before where he's been playing some better players. If he's playing all them players that he probably thinks he's better than, he just emails them and he doesn't miss. But playing the players that maybe he thinks that they could come up against it a little bit, he's going to struggle.
But for me, it was. I think you've done the players you played in the tournament a bit of disservice there, because they're all top of it.
They all were, but I think how he feels. Personally, they're all great players, and they could all beat him on the day. I'm just talking about how he feels.
Jordan had already shown his minerals. He was out against me. There's absolutely no doubt about it. He was done. He was gone. He was on his way home. He was thinking about, shall we stop at Costa or Starbucks on the way home? He's come through. Whereas Tom had life easy. Ronan McCarthy actually gave us a great steer on Jordan. He said when Jordan wins a big match, he's on such a high. If he goes straight on after a big victory, he performs so much better. And looking at the fact that he was going to be obviously he was playing a semi-final and then potentially the final if he got through. That was kind of where my thoughts came into it. I couldn't see Jordan losing the final, and that's not a disservice to Tom, who played arguably the best pool all week. It was just the fact that what's kind of happened is Tom has started the final in the best possible way. He has broke-dished first frame. You can't start any better than that, Dan.
You cannot, no.
But then what's Sheppy in this next frame has broke-dished him. And actually, we do need to talk about this because, Sheppy's break had deserted him a little bit in the Jack Whelan match, and there's somebody who's responsible for that.
You're going to blame me?
Whose break cue was he using?
Well, you may have borrowed my break cue.
Boris break cue, and you were ready. You were saying to him before, if you win, I want, X amount for this break cube.
Yeah.
For the break cube, and then it went down. It was funny, mate. You literally, you were like, nobody look at me when he's, screwed into the top pocket of the break, mate. It was superb. But listen,
I've worked in so many sports systems.
Cousins has gone 4-3 up.
Yeah.
In the first set, and then Sheppy's just steamrolled him. He's beaten 7-4. Did you see the Sheppy shot where? Do you remember they called it the Zorro shot?
Of course, yeah. He sneaked him up the top of the table and was had to play twice across. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
I'll give you your credit, Dan. You called the shot.
Of course.
You called the shot, and you said he would pot it as well. You said he would absolutely pot it in there. Everybody else is saying, you said he will 100% pot this. So I'll give you a bit of credit there. In terms of the actual final, let's hand over now to the Ultimate Pool Pro Cup champion. We're delighted to be joined by Mr. Jordan Shepherd. Jordan, welcome back to the show.
Cheers, Scott. No chance of Dan showing up tonight?
No chance. He's otherwise engaged at a pool tournament, but it's not often I speak about kind of personal conversations that I have with pool players, but if you're comfortable talking about it, the last time I spoke to you about pool before this event, it was 4 a.m. on a Saturday morning in your room at an event, and you had basically told me that you were never going to play pool again, which was really sad, and kind of I'm trying to talk you out of it by talking about your immense talent. You were at rock bottom. I think that's the fairest way to put it. What changed, Jordan?
Yeah, in regards to the pool I sort of felt at the time, because I'm not going to obviously slag anyone off, but I wasn't happy to play with how pool was going for me. I just got the obviously super sponsorship, and I think it must have been started for a few weeks by then, was it?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah,
it must have been about 4 weeks, say, and obviously my attention was probably more so on that. But and then obviously the ultimate thing come along, the space come available for me. And I'm not going to say, oh yeah, I've played loads of pool and been looking forward to it, but when the tournament did come round, obviously, I liked the look of it. I seen obviously the names and stuff. He's on obviously the proper class, proper arenas and stuff like that. And I thought, yeah, that's a bit of me. Like, and as soon as I got there, got my juices flowing. I had the draw from hell, but just weird how obviously it turned out. But yeah, I really obviously I was buzzing to play.
Well, the second Dan and I saw you at the event, I said to Dan straight away, I said, Sheppy's got the fire back in his belly. You looked happy, which for many people who know you, you're either really happy or you're really sad. But you looked.
There's no
in between.
No.
But you looked so happy. You looked like you wanted to be there. I watched you knock a few balls in practice, and Dan and I were literally like, he looks like he's got some fire in his belly this week, which was weird. And as you've said, you've literally got the group of death. You've got two legends in your group. Your first match is Mick Hill. If you win that one, you've got either DJ McNamara or Chris Melling. What were your thoughts when you saw the draw come out?
I thought it could have been a bit easier, but to be fair, I had a touch in the prelims because I was meant to play Dylan Leary, and Will rang me Christmas Eve. He goes, a bit of a bonus for you. You haven't got to play on Boxing Day, and I was happy with that, to be honest, because I thought not really the best player to play against Dylan, you know what I mean? He's obviously very good and he's steady and stuff, and it would have been on an outside table, which is no hidden fact. I'm not great on the outside tables. Like, there's only one place I like to play, and that's obviously in front of the cameras with the whole attention on myself. Not obviously being big-headed or anything, just the way I enjoy playing. Not really a fan of being stuck in like on table 58 in the corner, like.
No, and that's always been the case. I've watched you at other events where you've been on an outside table. You've not looked interested because there's maybe a handful of people watching you rather than all eyes on you. How did it feel being sat in your seat? You're sat opposite one of the greatest of all time in Mick Hill. You're getting, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, getting trounced.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And kind of, what happened? What happened in your head? What happens with Shepherd that makes him switch on?
I don't really. First of all, don't like I ain't got no qualms. I was very very lucky to win that match. To even have a chance in that match, with the way it went. He outplayed me. I missed a couple of balls. I felt really edgy, to be honest. But I started potting through and I started relaxing a bit, and I started getting faster and faster. And I was seeing obviously you don't really get a chance to see the patterns when you play that fast, but I was seeing them. I had a rough idea of what was going to happen, you know what I mean? And as soon as I started getting a bit closer, I was feeling more and more confident. And then before I knew it was 6-all, and I thought I'm about 100 on to win, you know.
Can I ask you a question? Did you see Mick sit in his seat at 6-4 with kind of an air of this is my arena about him? You know, he's kind of just sat back in his seat, thinking, you know, I've got this match won at 6-4.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. I didn't see his exact like facial expressions, but I could sense his massive sigh of relief when he's missed the black and the rail, and then I wasn't sure. I'm not the best at when there's a ball that goes or doesn't go off the jaw, and I wasn't quite sure. But obviously with 15 seconds, you don't know much choice. You've got to play the shot you see. So I played it, and it just hung on the bag, and then it left him an easy skill shot on the 8 to win the frame, and I just see him give a massive sigh of relief, and I thought, yeah, I'd probably be doing the same, to be fair, because I was coming at him like a steam train.
And then 48 seconds later at 6-5.
Yeah, was that what it was? I can't remember the times. Yeah, when I give myself, I think it was a minute when it was his break or something, a minute to try and get level, and he broke. I can't believe one didn't go in, but I think it was just, you could see the way the game was going that he was going to break dry that time with how it went, you know?
You're just acting as if it's nothing. I mean, what's going through your head when you're clearing up to level a match like that?
I was thinking, just don't do anything stupid. Just keep leaving yourself a pot. So I played a few little stinkers, like I rushed about. I was getting that much into like a fast rhythm that I had more time than I realised. And I got, like, I think it was 4 or 5 balls. I can't remember how many reds there was left. But all I had to do was play one good little shot, but I was already running round, so I played a little bit of a loose one, and then I had to cut one back. Then there was one on the middle, and I had to play a good shot on the middle then to leave the last ball on the rail. But as soon as I played the one in the middle, got the white out, I thought, I'm not going to miss you anyway, no chance. And just pure elation, really. Like I haven't had a buzz like that in pool since probably the last time I won a shootout, where I was flying around. You know what I mean?
And then, but then you've got to reset yourself again, and you've got to go into a 6-red shootout. Now, if I was out in the arena watching a 6-red shootout. You might not have noticed me. I was behind the curtain, and I saw Mick, who looked literally like somebody had died. You know, the fact that he had to play a 6-red shootout. I know he's not the biggest fan, and I saw you, and you had like a little fist pump going. You were like ready to go, and Mick actually turned in a pretty decent time in the 6-red shootout.
Yeah, it was a tight, like he said that he potted them and he said, that's no good, I think, or something along them lines. And I thought, yeah, that ain't no good, so I'm gonna beat that score. Just because of the position I was in, I thought there's no chance I'm gonna mess this up.
What was mad about it was, after the event, people were talking and they were going, do you know what? Mick could have probably gone maybe a second or two quicker. And if you were watching you out in the arena, when you were on the last red, you took, and you probably might not remember this, but I watched you do it. You took time to look at the shot clock and to set yourself for the last ball. So you basically wasted 2 seconds on the last shot, whereas you could have just got down and hit it. And like when they were saying, oh, Mick could have gone a couple of seconds quicker, you could have probably gone 4 seconds quicker.
Probably longer than that, because I butchered the break as well.
That's
I didn't
right.
put a ball till 6.5 seconds. So obviously you can't like you can't break them, hit them perfect, especially when, because I was under the pressure as well. To be honest, I was tempted to go first, knock a crazy score in, and hopefully he can't even get close. But I thought, just do the sensible thing, let him go, because obviously his head must not be in a good place from what happened. So I let him going off the subject a bit, but let him go. But yeah, that 6-red shootout probably even more perfect than the other way that they used to decide, because it used to be five blacks off the spot. But I'd rather do that 6 round shootout thing.
I guess from Nick's perspective, he's taken a little bit of time to adjust to this new way of playing that's kind of very fan friendly, very much for the crowd. Did you kind of feel that, you know, you kind of had him as soon as it went to a 6 red shootout? You've got him.
Yeah, that was the first time in the match I thought I'm going to win, because other than that, he played really well. He missed a couple, but other than that, I didn't really get much of a chance really. First frame, I broke him okay. He's cleared them. Then obviously we had that crazy frame, the second frame, when just kept the safe, that when the black went up the pocket. I thought I could end up losing 1-0 there.
Well, it was crazy, that frame, because I'm going to be honest with you, Jordan. I thought that the ref should have given the frame to Mick, because I didn't think your attempts out from the snooker were any good.
It wasn't the best, but that's like a bit of an experience from my half on the rules. I haven't played a massive amount of them rules.
I didn't think. I thought your attempts were so bad that I would have just said, "Sorry, mate, they're not good enough. You've lost the frame."
Yeah, you've done. Good luck with the next one.
Yeah, basically, and that's kind of where I thought your head was at. You had no chance of winning the frame because the black was tied up. It was impossible. Yeah, it was impossible to hit. But your attempts were even worse than the position where the black was.
Well, I did send the white over towards the balls every time.
Wow, I reckon if I'd have put 100 quid on it, you'd have got closer.
No, I probably wouldn't have, to be fair. I had no chance, 100 quid or not. Like, I wouldn't get anywhere close to that. Yeah, probably justice was served though, because he broke and cleared anyway.
He did, to be fair. He's gone to that.
He broke cleared.
He's gone to that. So you've beaten Nick Hill, and in between your match with Nick and Chris, I spoke to Ronan McCarthy, and he said, Birdie's up on this now. His head is in the right place. He will not be beat in the next match. And you beat Chris Melling, a legend of the sport, in the time that most people get for a tea break at work.
Yeah, it was when I looked. I can't remember how many frames of black. I think I played. I was 3-0 up or something, and I looked at the clock, and it was like 36 point something minutes left. I thought, oh, they must have gone a bit fast, like.
But it was. You played perfect ball.
Yeah, I played. Someone told me afterwards. He goes, he was on for another breaking dish because he'd already done 7 in a row.
Yeah.
But then you played safe. If I'd have known that, I probably would have gone for him again. But my head was in a good spot at that time because I was thinking really clearly, and I thought I don't want to be giving someone like Mellon any kind of sniffing back into a match. Because you got it, them top boys, you got to finish them off like in that, and that's that.
Well, what's kind of your thought process? Because obviously these lads come from the golden era of pool, no doubt about it. Some of the best players that have ever lived, and they're kind of used to going into matches where psychologically they've got a 2 or a 3 frame start, and that's the unfortunate way it is. What makes you play so differently against those top boys?
Just enjoy playing them. It's not that I've got a point to prove, but like, you always want to just play your best against the best players. Except for the Mick match, really, I was better than all of them. I'd say. Well, I played better. You know what I mean? I felt like I was a stronger player every match. Obviously, I got out of jail big time in the first one, but the rest of them just felt like I got into my groove. And that format, obviously, because I've done so well in the past at it. Don't get me wrong, the players weren't the same standard, but it was still basically never lost many matches. I don't know, probably like a lot of inner belief comes from how many times I've won it and done well, knowing I can do some unbelievable stuff really from when my back's against the wall in the format.
So I don't know how you see it, because that format is not for everybody. It's not a pool purists sort of format. But it is entertaining.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And if the game has got any kind of chance of going forward, which it has now, like what them boys are doing, it is something else really. And it's time to be involved, like this really, really exciting times. I'm probably a bit biased with with the format because I'm obviously done very well out of it. But yeah, I think I watched a little bit of the highlights tonight, and it even comes well across on there because just a far better way to watch pool. No one's going to want to watch people play, take ages on every shot and stuff. It's just they're going to switch it off after 5 minutes.
The rules are made for the attacking player. You know, there's less although to be fair, you actually played some great tactical shots throughout the tournament. It is less geared for a tactical player and more for the players that go for their shots. Do you think that kind of there'll be some players who are left behind because of the style of play?
100%, yeah. I'm not going to name any names, but yeah, I've got a few will come to mind straight away, yeah.
And do you think that that's because they've not evolved, kind of because, you know, I make no bones about it. You know, Dan and I were sat there watching a few of the matches with some legends of the game, and they talked about a few shots, and Dan and I were going, well, actually, there's an attacking option here, and we think they'll go for the attacking option. And it was Jack Whelan who's gone for the attacking option. Because I think the game's kind of moved to a different world now, if that makes sense. You know, you've got to go for it now.
Some of the older boys, they'll probably be a bit surprised because like a lot of us don't really play the traditional way. I think I'm a lot more attacking than most. Probably sometimes it doesn't do me favours if I'm not really firing. But the game is definitely changing. Same as snooker. If you watch snooker now compared to 20 years ago, even that's changed. The game grows, doesn't it? And the more people, the standard is a lot better. Like if, say Gareth, for example, he's come back after what, I don't know, I think it's 8 years, 7 years, or whatever it is.
2014, yeah.
And he was probably surprised when he started playing again how many good players there are. Because when he probably packed in, there was, I can't think of numbers, but there'd be a lot less people who could do what they do now. Like you can lose against literally anybody in these tournaments now.
But Gareth looks like a player who has made the adjustment.
Yes,
and he's got it really, you know, so quickly that he's changed kind of his traditional style of play, and he's going for finishes that maybe he wouldn't have gone for 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because he's obviously a very smart guy, so he reads the game well, and they just work out how to win, don't they? So any greats, any sport, they find a way.
They do, and kind of moving on to your quarter-final, you've had a bit of you've won comfortably against Liam.
Yeah.
Absolutely comfortably. Did you kind of feel the same level of pressure when you went out for the quarter-final?
I had a stinking headache, to be honest, so I couldn't really concentrate for I had some tablets and I felt alright, but yeah, it was one of them. He didn't break great. I know he's a bit unlucky on a few of them. I had a few bits of run in the first set, like the first frame. I potted my last ball, and then the white hit the middle knuckle, and then landed in a gap for the black. And I thought, that's a nice little touch to start us off. But yeah, I settled pretty well. I think I was 3-0 up, and he'd only broke one, so he'd gone off for something like that. And then he missed the ball he missed the black at 3-0.
Yeah,
which was a stinker for him. And then that was pretty much it for the first set. I think it was 7-1 or something.
It was 7-1. That's it.
And then the second set was like, I felt a bit nervous for some reason because it was a weird setup because I was like playing not to lose.
Yeah.
Not playing to win. I was playing not. I ended up winning the set in the end, but
you won 5-3.
A few times in there, I felt a bit edgy really and a bit nervous, but I don't know why. Maybe just the way the format works out. Just sometimes you can get ahead of yourself a little bit because all it took was a bad set off me, and then I was like we're into a coin flip 6-round shootout. Would have been miles in front in the match. You know what I mean?
I didn't think you were in any danger watching that match at all, and that's not a disrespect to Liam, who I think is a great player. But I just think that you bossed that first set, so well. He looked a little bit like he was playing not to make a mistake himself, as opposed to kind of playing as you would, which would be open and free. And I think he played within himself in that second set. I mean, he did a lot better. I mean, it was 5-3 in the second set, but it just looked to me like he wasn't going out to win the set. He was going out not to kind of
get pumped again.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then you've got Jack Whelan in the semi-final, and I'm not saying there's no needle between you and Jack. Right?
No, none at all, no.
Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that, but every time you play, there's something in the air every time you play.
Yeah, there's like a very healthy rivalry, which is you get him doing that. It's people's style suit each other kind of thing. And he'll probably enjoy playing against me because he knows if I miss a few, he'll probably have the upper hand. And on the other hand, then I know how he's going to play. And if I play a certain level, I always think I'm going to be. That goes for anybody, but like especially people who you know their level, you know their game and stuff. And I always think if I can make as little mistakes as possible, then I'm going to be okay. Well, yeah, I enjoy playing against him.
It was interesting. I don't know if you saw Jack's pre-match interview.
No, I haven't heard it.
It's interesting because he was really geared up for a 6 red shootout. I think.
Was he?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy because I'm thinking, you know, that's the last thing that I'd be thinking of is the 6 red shootout. So obviously he's supremely talented. He has played unbelievable en route to the semi-final.
Yeah, he played great.
So strong. I mean, the match against Gareth, most people would have folded at 4-1.
Yeah, especially on Gareth's own table as well.
Exactly, and Jack has played unbelievably well throughout the tournament, obviously in the semi. But it was really interesting. His pre-match thoughts were, if I play Jordan in a 6 red shootout, I feel quietly confident, which is crazy. And the first set, like I could feel the tension in the air. I don't know how it felt to play, but did you feel tense out there?
I was really nervous, but I was nervous in a good way. Sometimes I feel nervous and I don't really enjoy it sometimes, but other times then no, especially in that situation, you can't help but be nervous, but you can't help enjoy it either. It's a good buzz. It's how I enjoy playing matches. Felt like a bit of a money game at the beginning.
It did, and were you surprised to see him miss a couple? Because he'd missed nothing for the whole tournament virtually.
Yeah, but it was a big occasion really, because obviously it's mine and Jack's first tournament with Ultimate Pool as professionals. He's obviously a big guy some way, so he'd be thinking that he's done like a lot of the hard work kind of thing. It was a good occasion, and win or lose, I enjoyed it because it was a pretty decent game. It had a bit of everything involved.
Yeah, it did, and you gave a massive fist pump when you won the first set. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, because I stole the set really.
You did
5-3 down with 10 minutes left.
Yeah, and you stole it, and all of a sudden, kind of, Jack from playing pretty much faultless pool since maybe frame 3 of the Pops match, played faultless pool. All of a sudden, mistakes were creeping in. I mean, he's tried to cut a couple of balls in when you think he's going to get into nest. Did you think then, now I'm going to move up again?
I can't remember how it went, but I remember
you had some bad breaks though. I don't want to talk about who surprised you with a break, maybe, but you had some bad breaks that tracked into the top pocket, you know.
Yeah, it's a few of them terrible, and I think it was the third break before I ain't giving any more chance, so I'm going straight back.
You moved to the cut break, didn't you?
Yeah, straight back to that side break, so I ain't doing that all day, giving chances away.
I was curious at why you moved from the cut break anyway, because the whole tournament you'd been unbelievable with the cut break. You'd opened the balls up and the black was always moving.
Yeah, I got a couple against Liam where it was from ball on it, and I just feel them really good, so I thought I'll try that for a little bit, see how we go. But then after 2 breaks I thought there's no point giving chances really. Personally I don't like that side break, but I only done it against Mick because I had to try and get the black moving to try and get a few golden breaks, so I was obviously so far behind. But then the table was breaking so nice. Obviously with the cut break I thought may as well just stick with it. Same against Mellon, first frame I broke and the blacks run straight in, so it's just one of them. But yeah, the semis I did break pretty well. I can remember like an hour period not really missing any pots at all and getting a lot off the break and keeping Jack under massive pressure.
That was the thing for this, because obviously he's chasing the second set. If from the first set it was a bit nerve-wracking, I thought in the second set you were fairly comfortable, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, I did feel comfortable. Yeah, It was weird. I missed the finish in the first frame of the second set in the semis and the final.
Yeah.
Which lapsed the concentration both times. But yeah, other than that, I felt really, really comfortable and confident. Because I found my touch again.
What stuck in my head is what Ronan had said after the Mick game, that once he's on a high, once you're on a high, you're pretty much unstoppable. And I don't know if that's how you felt going into the final, but obviously you're up against Tom Cousins, who pretty much anybody who watched him that week was in awe of the standard that he played at. He had pretty much demolished everybody in his way and
in his sight.
Yeah, he's breaking and dishing for fun. And we all know, we know Tom of old, that once he gets that break going, you want to hide into nothing. But you had him under pressure from shot one, it felt.
Yeah, he broke in his first frame, but I was really relaxed in the final. I don't know why, but
you broke this second frame, didn't you?
I can't
Yeah,
remember.
you did. You returned the compliment second frame, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course I did, yeah. Because I remember they ended up being, there was easy finishes and I made them hard. And
you did.
I got them both the first two frames when I won, yeah. That's it. But I was relaxed. I was quietly confident. I heard a few people saying that they fancied William in the semis and then they fancied Cousins in the final. But just, I don't know, my mindset's pretty good at the minute. So I'm not thinking I'm going to destroy the world, but I'm also not thinking people are going to beat me, you know what I mean? But I'm there to do a job, like.
Virtually, there were probably only two people, apart from yourself and the whole of players, who thought that you were going to take out the final, which if you listen to the whole podcast, you'll hear the story. But Dan and I, we thought you were nailed on. We didn't think you were going to lose. We didn't think you could lose. And I know that sounds really outrageous now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because obviously Tom had played so well, but for me, Dan and I have watched so much Paul over the years. We've seen so much of Tom, and it was like Tom has not been put under pressure throughout this whole tournament.
He pumped everyone in. He played great, and not had to worry about anything really. Kept breaking and clearing up.
And that was, from our perspective, it was like, if Jordan can put him under pressure, we don't think he'll stand up to it. Which is crazy, isn't it, really?
Yeah, especially with how good Tom is. He's obviously very, very good, and he's got a lot of gears where he can go through.
But from our perspective, it's always been a case of when we've seen you play at your best, you can run 5-6 frames in 12 minutes, 15 minutes.
No time at all. Yeah, they can. As soon as they start going in the middle of the pockets, that's it. Like, they're gone.
And that's pretty much what it felt like. I mean, when you've won the first set, did you think that was it?
No, not that it was it, but I felt very confident. Like, I was very, even if it went to a 6-red shootout. But to be honest, I didn't want any of them matches to go to a 6-red shootout. All I was concentrating on was making sure it didn't go to that. So just kept thinking, keep being strong. I was surprised really how good my temperament was throughout the 2 days. I think that's a lot down to the snooker.
There was one time your temperament did let you down ever so slightly.
Which one?
I don't know. Was the ref stood in front of your shot?
Oh no, the cameraman was there. Simon, he said sorry at the end, but I was just like begging him to keep still. So
yeah, because I noticed that, and I was like, well, what's going on here? And also, I'm sorry to bring this up, you said your temperament was perfect, so I'm not putting this in. You also banged the table after what you felt was a bad rack when the balls had burst.
Probably touched the table slightly, so.
You did. But in all, there's a new audience that's seen you play. Obviously, we've seen you play, a lot of times over the course of the years. If there's a brand new audience watching Jordan Shepherd for the first time, you've played a style of pool that is accessible to everybody, that anybody would want to watch. Do you kind of consider yourself kind of the entertainment factor in Ormond pool?
Yeah, I'm not one to blow my own trumpet, but I'm not really a great watcher of pool, but I suppose I'll be one of the ones that people do want to watch, and people like tell me all the time, we only stick it on because you're on, kind of thing. I don't know if they're just blowing smoke up my backside, but there's enough people who say it, you know what I mean?
Well, I said to you early doors that you're born to play that format. You know, it's no doubt about it, just because of the way you think and kind of the way you act.
Yeah.
What do you think kind of I don't want to call them the old guard, but kind of the golden generation or whatever you want to call them, what do you think they've got to do to adapt, you know, for those who haven't adapted? Because a few of those guys from that era, Chris has certainly adapted.
Yeah.
Gareth has certainly adapted. But for the other guys that haven't adapted, you know, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but Phil and Nick probably haven't done as well as their kind of pedigree suggests they should do. Why do you think that is?
I'm not really sure, because I wasn't obviously I wasn't at the events the last year with Ultimate, but people will be, especially the younger boys, they'll obviously be wanting to prove a name for themselves, and they'll probably give that extra bit against obviously the legends of our game, and they're up there to be shot at. So I think people are probably, same as a lot of tournaments, they either fold or they play better than what they usually would, and probably a case for like the people who just maybe overperformed against a few of them, and I don't know, it's just tough to say without really being there and watching it.
Do you think that for you, do you think there's a real opportunity here for you to dominate in Ultimate Pool?
I don't know about dominate, because look at Shane last year. He dominated. He played unbelievably well, and he run like God as well for like, not all of it obviously, because not all of it was luck, but he definitely would have had a lot of good fortune to keep winning the events over and over, which is obviously what you need. But I think dominate's a bit strong, especially with how little I've been playing, and that probably won't change now for the next.
So
I don't know.
Tell our listeners how much you actually practiced for that event, because when you told me, I was shocked.
I don't know, probably I had a game with Ricky the night before, I think, or the 218, that was for like an hour and a half, say. And then I just had a few hours here and there, probably like an hour or two. I just carried on playing snooker all the time, and just had a few games of pool, see if I could get my touch back a little bit.
Do you think snooker's aided your pool ability?
It's aided my temperament. It's made me respect the players a lot more, because in the past I've like lost against people and thought, how the F have I lost against these people? And you, now I look back, you should never ever be thinking like that. You should give every player the respect they deserve, and give the game the respect it deserves. And I think that was what I was more pleased about, not just winning the tournament, but the way I stood up to the pressure, the way I handled myself, and just the way I felt while I was playing. I really enjoyed it. My concentration was great, and that's a lot of that is down to snooker. It's got to be. Playing
on that stage, do you think that brings out the best in you?
1,000,000%, yeah.
Because the setup was incredible, and you know, it didn't just look great on TV. It was actually great when you were there.
Yeah, it was class, yeah.
And the whole kind of pre-match build-up, post-match interviews, did that kind of give you an indication, like, this is where I want to be at this moment in time? Because I've never seen you smile so much, actually. Yeah, 1,000,000%. I really enjoyed it. Kev come with me, my sponsor. He's never been to a pool event with me before, and yeah, I could see he was loving it. Obviously, I was enjoying it, because we never really had it like that before, where it's such a professional setup. And yeah, it was really, really good. What them Ultimate Pool are doing is like very exciting for the players. Very lucky to be playing. Can I ask this? Obviously, that trophy weighed a ton. Yeah, is it a new doorstop in the Shepherd household, or has it gone onto a shelf? I've stuck it on the table in the front room, but yeah, my little lad loves it. I've had him for the last few days, yeah, and he's drawn a picture of it, and he's like, oh, keep on his phone messing about, sending Snapchat saying, look at my dad's trophy and stuff like that, and it's really cute, bless him. So he's loving it. What's next for Jordan Shepherd? Back to snooker Tuesday. I haven't played for what feels like ages, but it's only about a week, I think. But yeah, back to practice Tuesday. I'm back to playing pro-ams on bad tables, on table 5 in some dodgy club somewhere. And there's no pool events now, I think, for 6 weeks, is it, or something? February. Still a Grand Slam, yeah. So yeah, the Grand Slam's in Feb. I'll start putting a bit of time in the week before. And do you want to make your mark in the Grand Slam?
Yeah, of course, I want to make my mark in every tournament. But the way I look at it now is like I've never won every tournament, so I can't see it happening now. But yeah, especially with that format, I'll have every chance of whoever I play against. So yeah, the confidence is always going to be there, regardless of how I'm playing. I'm always going to think I can win any match.
Do you think that now you're going to be a bit of a marked man?
Probably, yeah. I think it would have been anyway because of the format, though.
Yeah.
Because they'll obviously every format's basically like a shootout. There'll always be like a bit of pressure on me. But like I said, just a bit ago, the way I think my mindset's completely changed. So I enjoy it a lot more, and I don't put any pressure on myself whatsoever anymore. I know exactly what I can do, but I don't expect to win anymore. Before, I've been known to think, oh yeah, I'll see a draw and think, all right, I'm through. But that doesn't happen anymore. It feels to me like every game is a 50-50 game, and it's made well, especially the tournament just gone. It made me concentrate a lot more. Focus was really good.
It's crazy though, because you flew totally under the radar of the last tournament.
Yeah, I felt
like you really did.
I enjoyed it.
You know, everybody was kind of backing your Gareths, your Shanes, and people were talking about dark horses, and kind of they were saying like Arfan Dad is coming in, and you know he's got a really good chance. Nobody mentioned Jordan Shepherd, which is crazy when you actually sit back in the cold light of day and think about the fact that you were kind of a star at this particular format, and you know you've proved so many doubters wrong. And you know, for me, just purely watching as a fan and not a pundit, it was a case of you took everybody in that arena's breath away with kind of the way you played. So, you know, you would have gained a hell of a lot of fans who might not have seen you before. And I guess kind of it's going to be a case of if you keep that up, it won't be long until you're the people's champion of Ultimate Pool just because of the way you play.
Yeah, a bit of a maverick is or whatever they say. Yeah, but yeah, it was nice to prove people wrong though, because I read a few obviously the reports, like same as everyone's going to read them, and I was giggling to myself thinking they must think I'm gone or forgotten about or something. But it was nice to get past the first round, and then as soon as I got my teeth into it, I thought, yeah, they'll soon see what's happening.
Well, you took out a stacked field in front of probably the biggest audience the pool has ever had. I just want to wish you a massive good luck for the rest of the season, and thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Oh, no problem, anytime, and thank you.
Thank you. Wow, what a guest.
Wow, what a guest.
I'll tell you what, for your first, and I want, because I told you how amazing it is to go to one of these pool events. It was your first time. What was it like for you?
I really enjoyed it. It was great sitting with all the players and Will and Zach and everyone being so enthusiastic about it, and Lee. You know, and it was good sitting there because they got a live feed coming into the bar and everyone's sitting there watching the TV. So when you're sitting there with Mick Hill, Chris Melling, Gareth Potts, and they're all calling the shots, you know, usually it's me in the pub going, yeah, they should play this, do that. Even I was out of my depth. I was just had to, you know, just let them do the thing. So it was great. And Gareth Potts, like I alluded to earlier, would just call the shot every time. And there was a few times that even the players had missed. Yeah, it was really good fun. And if there's ever an event near you going on by Ultimate Pool, I highly recommend just popping along and just seeing what's going on.
I can't help but wonder what it will be like when Ultimate Pool, and I can see it now, is played in front of several hundred people, and everybody's getting that vibe of that shot clock, and golden break happens, and there's a fist pump. I think, for me, if that event could be replicated and taken out there and put in front of a crowd, how could you not be excited watching it?
Well, they're going to be halfway there this year because they're moving to hotels. They've got 500 players there. There's going to be a lot of people watching that table. There's going to be 100 people probably watching that table.
There is. Before we close the show, kind of a bit of a personal thing, kind of I want to talk about, Dan. My former doubles partner sadly passed away a couple of weeks ago. And the reason why I'm mentioning Jim Crooks, he was a bit of a legend of Portsmouth Pool. And quite frankly, if I'm being brutally honest, there wouldn't be a podcast if it wasn't for Jim. For those who have listened to the podcast over the years will know
that I didn't pick a cue up for 10 years, you know, in any way, shape or form. And one Monday evening, I went into a pub that's around the corner from where I live, and I watched a couple of guys playing pool while I was having a pint. And Jim came over to me. He was a man in his late 70s, and he said, "Why don't you have a game?" He said, "You keep watching." He said, "Come and have a game." And I said, "I don't want to have a game." And he said, "Come here." He said, "Have a game. Borrow my cue and have a game." And I enjoyed it so much because, you know, he's such a fun guy. He's very, very funny. And he said, "I want you to come back to the pub on Wednesday. So I'm going to sign you up for the team." And I did. That's the team I signed up for. And as a result of that, I got to meet you, Dan, through another player who I knew. And I went to watch him at a match. And that was where I met you for the first time. And if I hadn't have met that person, I wouldn't have joined that the snooker team where kind of we formulated the idea for the podcast. So I just want to dedicate this episode to Jim Crooks, who was a legend of Portsmouth pool, and I just want to thank him for making pool fun again for me, and giving me a reason to pick my cue up again.
Genuinely a really nice man, and will be really nice.
Dan, some exciting news.
More exciting news.
Who is our next guest on the podcast?
Oh, that's exciting news. I forgot my own episode.
Dan, we need to actually, before this guest comes on, we need to calm you down a bit, because I know that you were enamoured when you watched this player practice. And
no, you said that. He could be a half decent player in the future, I think.
We're delighted to be joined on the Ultimate April podcast by one of the greatest, if not the greatest
of all
time. Mr. Gareth Potts is coming on the show, and that episode will be out soon.
We are both very much looking forward to it. We've got so much to talk about. I mean, he's been around the block, more than once. Let's just say that. What he's done for the game and what he is doing for the game.
And what a genuinely nice guy, Dan.
He's actually a very nice guy.
Really nice guy. Talks so enthusiastic about the game. Great promoter of the game. Great ambassador. His knowledge, his history of the game. He knows everything. Dan, it's going to be a challenging episode for you.
It is, yeah. I mean, just great to see what he's got to say, because we spoke to him maybe once or twice when we were there. He's got so much knowledge about the game. Everyone should listen and see what he's got to say.
We'd like to thank you for listening to the Ultimate April podcast. Please do not forget to interact with us on our social channels. We've enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
It's a beautiful game. Grab your cue and your case. Don't sink the white ball, it will all go to pot. Here's that black ball on the spot. Do 2 shots carry this time? In the DRF or behind the line? Is that a free ball? Take your time, you're nearly over the line. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. 7 ball in this frame. Rack the balls, ref, it's my break. Sit down, son, you ain't having a shot. Oh, balls, I've just missed an easy pot. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun.
professional had a, what was it, 6 or 8 foot high poster of themselves scattered around somewhere. You know, the attention to detail the ultimate pool guys have is great.
Do you know the thing I was massively relieved about though, seeing those?
That you weren't on one.
No, that they didn't have one of you down.
Ah, imagine.
Although we're not used to this kind of treatment. But obviously, we work with Ultimate Pool, and we had our own arena, Dan, and there was a 3 metre by 4 metre, luckily cartoon version of you.
Luckily.
Up on display. I noticed that there were a few kids around and who've probably got nightmares seeing the cartoon version of you, Dan. But what an unbelievable thrill.
Yeah, wasn't it? We had our own little setup there and our own little table that we was able to do some 6 red shootouts and various other things, and it was really good fun.
It really was. It was unbelievable. And the atmosphere throughout the weekend was just incredible. Now, listen, we're all pool fans. I'm not saying I'm a pool player, but Dan, you certainly are. One of the recurring themes over the years in terms of pool events is players who like to moan. Now, something that we did not experience last weekend were players moaning, because the setup was so incredible.
Who was moaning? Who was moaning about what?
Nobody moaned, and that's kind of what I'm saying to you, Dan. You know, we've been to a lot of events over the course, and there's always somebody moaning, but nobody moaned about that event, because I think when people walked in, they were absolutely blown away just by the scale of it. All I can say to you, to anybody who listens to the podcast, is if you can get yourself across to the next event, which is in Birmingham in probably 5 weeks' time, get yourself there. We sound like we're waxing lyrical about something, but the actual reality is, this is what pool should be. And that's what it was.
Yep, the event organisers here have taken it to a new level. You could see the enthusiasm on their faces. Just as we walked in, everyone was hard at work, nobody was moaning, everybody was getting on with their job, including us. Well, maybe I was, and then...
Dan, I may have lifted a TV. I'm not going to, I think I lifted 2 TVs actually. I don't, maybe might have slightly put my back out lifting the second one. But everybody wanted to be involved and everybody wanted to help. And it was a real family feel, and kind of Neil Toms is probably one of the best tournament directors in the world. And you kind of, let's be brutally honest now, when we saw the volume of entrants into the Ultimate Pool event this year, we said that is going to be a fair old challenge.
The logistics of it were quite difficult to arrange, and it was so smoothly run. Obviously there was a few teething problems, but I don't think we saw that many.
No, absolutely not. And kind of when you stand and you speak to Neil, you kind of get an understanding about how passionate he is. And I think it's really important to mention Lee Grout as well, kind of the work that goes on behind the scenes from the whole Ultimate Pool team. And I don't even want to call it the Ultimate Pool team, it's like the Ultimate Pool family. So, the refereeing at the event was absolutely incredible. So a massive congratulations to Scott Price and his whole team. Obviously we got Zach, Will, Lee wasn't there, but his presence was definitely felt. He was heavily involved. The production company, even the photographs, Dan, it was like that photographer was there for every kind of key moment.
He was.
Yeah. And
what about the arena? We know how much money they spent on that arena, which
was a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. How did it look to you?
Dan, we were watching Mick Hill play in the final on Saturday night, and it was just literally like, finally, pool has found its grandest stage, and it felt like a grand stage, and just kind of everything we've wanted as pool fans, it kind of came to fruition on that Saturday night. I had goosebumps, you had goosebumps. Just the magnitude of the crowd, the way Mick played, just everything
the way Mick
fell into
played.
place.
Is that the same Mick you said as was finished previously?
Yeah, and to be fair, I got a little bit of stick from Mick Hill over the weekend, who couldn't wait to talk to me and tell me.
I bet he could.
He called me a troll.
Did he?
Yeah, he called me a troll, Dan.
I think he got off lightly.
No, he actually called me in trouble and he was deadly serious. I'm like, whoa, hang on a second. You know, if you actually listen to the podcast, you'll know, Mick, I've kind of spoken about your genius 100 times. And he's like, so from my perspective, yes, it was very cool to be called a troll by Mick Hill. But from me and people who've listened to the podcast over the course of our near 2 years going will know that I am a huge fan of the golden era of pool. And Mick, as you will have heard me say on many podcasts, is a player who I consider the greatest player to ever pick a pool cue up. And that, I don't mean that disrespectfully to Chris Melling, Gareth Potts, all the other great players that existed during that era, Darren Appleton, you know. But what I'm saying is consistently, pound for pound, for me, Mick Hill is the greatest player of all time. And I know this sounds really funny because he was deadly serious when he called me a troll. I thought it was kind of cool because it was actually nice this week. He's been threatening it. Like he played unbelievable against Jordan Shepherd and lost. He played unbelievable the last event, lost. This weekend, he turns up and he was Mick Hill. And in that final, the whole crowd, it felt like, was behind him. And everybody was delighted to see him coming back to form. And, wow, Mick Hill, take a bow.
There was about 300-400 people watching that final. It was unbelievable. So that golden era of pool that you always like to talk about in the other final, winning the other Pro Series, was Chris Melling.
Gareth Potts versus Chris Melling. Again, two golden era players who, again, Chris Melling, that was his first pro tour event, or whatever you want to call it. He has one other event on Ultimate Pool, but that was kind of like his first pro event. Now, again, I'm gonna say it. The reason why we hold the golden era of pool in such high esteem on this podcast, the proof is in the pudding. Because what made these guys stand out from everybody else back in that era was their ability to adapt no matter what the situation was. And what we saw this weekend was literally a classic dream final between Gareth Potts and Chris Melling. Chris Melling's prevailed, and I'll tell you what, Chris Melling produced that win. He was a little bit under the weather, same as Mick Hill was actually very under the weather. Those two guys managed to produce unbelievable pool despite not feeling 100%. And what kind of the challenge is for the rest of the Ultimate Pool professionals, this new breed of player, this new era of player, is you need to get back and challenge him again. But this golden era player, we're blessed to be in a position where Free Sports have provided a platform where we've got pool on TV, live pool on TV, that if you were to think about this like 24, 36 months ago, you would never think that you'd have pool live on your TV on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and last night, Monday night. You know, that's 4 days in a row we've had live pool. We are spoiled right now.
So running alongside the Pro Series was the Challenger Series for, including myself, for the not so good players that aren't quite pros because they're quite relentless and a little bit too good. So congratulations to Neil Britton winning the first one, beating Aaron Priest 7-5.
So Neil Britton played unbelievable in that final, safe to say. But what was really cool is obviously you had elite bet, so you have an on-site bookies at the event. And what was really quite funny was if you would have backed Aaron Priest each way to reach to get to the final, if you'd have put a tenner on that, you'd have walked out with a fair chunk of cash. I think there was a couple of nervous bookies in the arena, but Neil Britton played great. You know, he played great in that event. Now, Dan, you've not got off so lightly here.
Yes.
You've got the ambition to become a professional pool player.
That's not entirely true.
What on earth happened?
I played like the weekend before. I was okay, and then I turned up this
What
weekend.
happened the weekend before? Because you're going to want to tell everybody.
I don't want to say I've won a couple of tournaments. You know,
No. But
won a tournament, and then I come.
give me a couple of the players you beat in the tournament.
Just random people, maybe a couple of pros that were in the ultimate pool. So, you know, I don't like to brag. You know, so I played okay that weekend, and then I come to this weekend with high expectations, and it didn't quite come to a fruition. That's the difference, though, between I and some of them, most of the top boys. It's just that level of consistency.
So I do need to ask you this: do you think that your Uber game potentially played a factor in you losing? Because I'm sure people who listen to the podcast are going to want to know when I'm talking about your Uber game. Can you tell us what happened?
What's an Uber game?
Well, you remember that Kentucky Fried Chicken that we ordered that we were like really hungry for? We hadn't eaten for like a day.
Yeah.
We ordered a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I said, Dan, it's ordered on your phone. Keep an eye on it. Do you remember what happened?
I didn't keep an eye on my phone, and we didn't get it.
So basically, what Dan did is Dan received a phone call on his phone from an Uber driver who was saying, I'm outside the hotel. Dan decided to ignore that phone call. Oh no, actually, Dan picked it up.
Didn't answer. I couldn't understand it.
Dan picked it up because the phone line was a little bit crackly, and Dan didn't want to move from his seat. We ended up losing out on our KFC, which probably put pay to your whole weekend in terms of, you know, you said you were fatigued after your game. Maybe it was the lack of KFC that did that, Dan.
Actually, this happened to us twice, so there's probably one porky Uber driver driving around.
Just keeps eating our food because Dan can't be bothered to answer the phone. But Dan, let's just you know, before we talk about the second Challenger event, Dan, what an unbelievable weekend in terms of the people that we interacted with around our table.
Yeah, at one point we had quite a crowd, but yeah, everyone was really nice to us and happy to see us. So it was really good interacting with everyone. We had really good fun, as I said earlier.
What we did learn, though, was that Arfan Dad is probably the most competitive man I've ever met.
Arfan, is that Arfan one-time dad?
Yeah, so basically, we had a 6 red shootout running on Friday night as a little bit of fun. Gave us an opportunity just to have a bit of fun around the pool table. And Gio Edgar has turned up with his coat on and banged in a 19-second 6 red shootout, first poke. Arfan Dad's probably had about 6 or 7 goes at that point. He got nowhere near.
Yep, and then Gio had a go, and then Arfan decided to have another 6 or 7 goes to try and beat it.
What I've got to honestly say, what great spirit, and what was really cool is that we had people that came in off of the street to kind of watch the pool, and they were around the table cheering Arfan on, cheering the Ultimate Pool Pros on, who had a go at the 6 red shootout. But what was kind of great is on the Saturday night we decided that, you know what, we're going to do this properly. We're going to give some people some prizes for the 6 red shootout. The video is on our Facebook social if you want to give it a look. It's actually quite a lot of fun. Dan, I did a 6 red shootout and I actually beat you all time, just throwing it out there.
Did you?
Yeah,
that's about 95 seconds.
42 seconds, Dan, and you didn't finish. So, you know, I'm kind of the winner there. But what was great is there were young kids, like literally, I'm talking one of the kids, he must have been like 5 or 6. Unbelievable Potter. But what was great is you've got kids there playing pool with a smile on their face.
Yeah, I think a couple of them, I think it was Luca and Charlie.
Luca and Charlie, they were unbelievable.
Charlie, I think, was the elder one. He was 11 years old, was really good. And then his younger brother, I think was Lucas, I apologise if I got it wrong, who was 6 years old. You can see he's going to be a phenomenal talent when he's older.
It was just, he was like fearless. He was just whacking balls in for fun, and you're like, but what was great is kind of shows how interactive pool can be and how much fun we can have. And it was a great evening for pool. But Dan, let's talk about Challenger 2. Sorry, we've digressed, gone off topic there. We do apologise, but kind of we're trying just to, like, we've both got smiles on our faces talking about this event because it was so much fun.
So Challenger 2 was won by Josh Corkett, beating Ian Whitehorn 6-5 in final.
And kind of, you've got to look at the depth of the challenger field. So I may mock Dan in the sense of he didn't win it, but there are players, there are unbelievable players who could quite easily compete at professional level, no danger whatsoever. That's kind of the strength and depth you've got on that Challenger Series. You've got kind of every level of pool on that Challenger Series. But what was great was, although it was the Challenger Series, it had the hallmarks and the feel of a professional event. And I think that's probably the best way to describe it, Dan.
Definitely. So when you got into the final, you got to play in the arena. So that was really quite special, and get to play on the stream. And was it on Free Sports?
It was on Free Sports. But Dan, I think these are kind of the big things I want to talk about here. I looked at the tables. Unbelievable. I looked at kind of just the overall conditions. It was a great environment to play pool in.
Every table I played on was absolutely 100%. No roll-offs, anything like that. It was unbelievable. Yeah, the attention to detail is second to none.
And that's a credit to the people that work behind the scenes to set this up. If there's an issue with the table, if there's an issue with anything, they're desperate to get it resolved as soon as possible. So a massive credit again to Neil and Lee for kind of the hard work that they put into making that event so successful. But Dan, poor performance from you, really. A bit pathetic. But you are ranked 66.
Am I?
Yeah, you're ranked 66, mate. Right?
Okay, well, I had a target of getting into the 50s, so I'm doing well.
Yeah, you've done. Not really, because you're 66, mate.
Well, as long as it's not out of 67, I'm quite happy about that.
To be brutally honest, though, mate, I had a little game of pool over the weekend.
Oh, let's skip that. Let's go to first.
Whoa!
No, let's just finish. Let's talk about that in a second. Let's talk about the women's first, shall we?
That's
also
true.
Let's get the main events out of the way before we talk about your little win.
Let's actually call it out here. I think it's safe to say that Harriet Haynes probably lays claim to being the best women's player in the world currently. She's not long off the World Championship win. You know, she won on the World Rules Pool Series last year. She's kind of collecting trophies all over the show at the moment.
Yeah.
And you can understand why. Plays a hell of a game. And I'm kind of looking and thinking, actually, there's a few players out there that need that challenge. And it's going to be an exciting year for the women's game on the Ultimate Pool Tour. But also, I'm going to have a slight rant here, Dan. Rant incoming. So I'm going to take a deep breath and have a rant.
You go for it.
It is nice to see the women's game being shown the respect it deserves.
Correct.
What has historically happened in pool is the female players have been treated as second-rate cousins when they pay their money and they produce pool of a very high standard, and it's kind of felt like they don't get the exposure that they deserve. We've seen Emma Cunningham as a trailblazer playing amongst the Ultimate Pool professionals, but I want to say this, Ultimate Pool, great to see the women's game get the exposure it deserves. And you had 84 ladies players up there. I know they could have possibly had 128. The women's game is in great shape, and it's great to see Ultimate Pool pushing the women's game in the direction it deserves to be. Sorry for the rant. Rant over.
84 women is an unbelievable amount. Considering we've been other places and they could barely make 16, to get that many women in is great. So really well done to Ultimate Pool there. Also, there was a plate competition for the women, which was won in the end by Kerry Griffiths. She beat Sarah Dunn 5-4, I believe.
Well, we know Kerry Griffith, unbelievable player. It's a shock to have seen her in the secondary event, to be brutally honest, because obviously she's a world-class talent. She'll be happy to get the win, but there'll be an element of her saying, why aren't I on the grand stage? So I'm certain that she'll go back to the drawing board, come back strong, but kind of look at the strength and depth in kind of that women's game. Sandy King, who got to the final of the main event. Debs Birchall showing a resurgence, a return to form. Amy Beauchamp, unbelievable talent. Danielle Randall, she's knocking on the door. you know, you've just got such a great volume of talent in the women's game that Oldham Pool just feels like a great stage to kind of showcase it.
Also, for a nice touch for the women is that whoever finishes top of the rankings get a place in the main event.
And that's the way it should be, because kind of, you know, you've played a few of the top lady players over the course. You know, people have kind of at points treated the ladies' game with a little bit of disrespect. Dan, speak from experience. How good are some of the players on that tour this season?
They're brilliant. You cannot take any of them for granted. It was only maybe a couple of months ago I played Danielle Randall, and that was one of the hardest matches I played in that tournament. So all of them are extremely good. They should all be proud of themselves. So do you want to talk about your little win? So when we had our little corner, someone that I can't remember his name. One of the ultimate pool pros came over, and you had a little game with him, didn't you?
Well, first and foremost, a massive thank you for Brian Halcrow, first of all, for coming over and doing some unbelievable trick shots. But basically, what happened is the ultimate pool professionals, some of them came across, because we had a bit of a crowd there, they came across to interact with the fans and talk to people, give tips, hints, which was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I got challenged by an ultimate pool professional. I got challenged by Jimmy Croxton.
So you picked up your cue, telling that...
Not my cue, I didn't pick that up, so I need to point that out first to people who listen to the podcast.
Yeah, just trying to embellish the story, I see.
No, but it's true, I didn't have my own cue. I will bring it to the next event, but I really didn't. Kate Lewis lent me her cue.
Yep.
And no disrespect to Kate Lewis, but that is not...
So you're the non-player in this little...
I don't play, you know that. That's the first
time. So you're playing an ultimate pool professional. I can only assume you just got hammered. 5-0, 6-0. What happened?
No, Dan. No. So what happened was Jimmy was really great. I said, look, we're filming. I said, if you can put a couple of shots in that are a little bit out of the norm, you know, a couple of exhibition shots for the fans who are watching you, mate. You know, they love you. Like,
did he do any of them? I can't remember.
Yeah, and then he found himself falling down.
4-0 down.
4-0 down, yeah. And I managed to I sank a black with one hand
down the rail.
Then I sank another black with one hand to go 4-0 up. Then he started trying.
He did.
Which, fair play to him, he did. Got it back to 4-3. I've managed to kind of, you know, be the non-player I am and win 5-3. Listen, it was played in great spirit. The video will be up on our socials soon, the whole match. Unless Dan's deleted it in disgust. Jimmy, a massive thank you, mate. What a great sport. It was great fun. It was played in great spirit and kind of showcased the personality of an ultimate pool pro who's a really funny guy and a friend of the podcast.
So basically we had an absolutely great weekend. So what else have we got in store for the next event? Are we going to be doing anything else?
Dan, you know, we had just such an unbelievable experience that kind of we want to give people that listen to the podcast a little bit more content. So what we'll be doing from the event in Birmingham is we will be presenting every day on Facebook and across our social media channels a morning update of what's going to happen in the day's play and an evening update and a recap of what's happened. And we'll be joined by special guests, including professionals, commentators, and maybe even the odd referee.
So overall, an absolute great weekend. I know there's one more thing you would like to add before we say goodbye.
Dan, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about before we go. They're not happy and upbeat things, but I think it's really important that we speak about this. So firstly, we'd like to pay our respects to Laura Boyle. Now, we met Laura at one of the very first events we covered last year, and we can honestly say she was always unbelievably kind, and I was lucky enough, Dan, you certainly weren't there, but I was lucky enough to share a few drinks with Laura, her friend Christine, and Mr. Magic Mark Boyle at an event in Newcastle. And what I can say is what an unbelievable spirit, what an unbelievably lovely person, and we just want to pay our respects to Laura and pass our condolences on to Mark and the boys. She was a great lady, and she will really be missed. And you know, it feels terrible to kind of talk about another person who had a big impact on the pool world passing away, but Alex Lynn, who was a big figure in Scotland, and we're fortuitous enough to have a really good relationship with his son Barry, who we've met many times on the Ultimate Pool events. To Alex's family, we just want to pass our respects on and say rest in peace. And Dan, we will be back soon with a special podcast that will be announced in the next couple of days. But what we can say is, if you enjoy listening to the podcast and you're in the Birmingham area over the next few weeks, what we are saying is if you're in the area, come and visit us at the Hilton Birmingham from Friday, April the 15th to Monday, April the 19th.
That's at the Hilton Metropole in Birmingham.
Listen, come and see us for a podcast sticker for your case. Come and see us for a chat. Come and have a 6-red shootout with us. But we look forward to seeing you there. Thanks for listening, and we hope you enjoyed this show.
It's a beautiful game. Grab your cue and your case. Don't sink the white ball, it will all go to pot. Here's that black ball on the spot. Do 2 shots carry this time? In the D-ref will be behind the line. Is that a free ball? Take your time, you're nearly over the line. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. 7 ball in this front. Rack the balls, ref, it's my break. Sit down, son, you ain't having a shot. Oh, balls, I've just missed an easy pot. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. You're the yellows and I'm the reds. This ain't snooker, it's more like chess. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun. Chalk your Q-tip, you're on a run. We're potting balls for fun.